Good evening. Picture this. You're standing on a narrow ledge, carved into the face of a mountain so steep that eagles think twice before nesting there. The wind carries whispers in a dozen languages, all speaking of the same thing: death delivered with surgical precision. Below you, valleys stretch into darkness, and above, a fortress that shouldn't exist clings to rock like a spider's web made of stone and secrets. This is Alamat, the eagle's nest, and if you're hearing these whispers, you're either about to become very rich or very dead, probably dead. Welcome to the world of the assassins, where murder was an art form, terror was a political tool, and disappearing into legend was just another Tuesday. Tonight, we're diving into one of history's most enigmatic organizations, a group so effective at their craft that their very name became synonymous with political killing. We'll explore how a small sect of religious zealots managed to hold the medieval world hostage with nothing more than daggers, determination, and a disturbing willingness to die for their cause. But here's where it gets interesting, and by interesting, I mean deeply unsettling. The assassins didn't just kill people and vanish into the night like common murderers. They created a mythology so powerful that 8 centuries later, we're still trying to separate fact from fiction. They built a reputation so terrifying that kings would wake up in cold sweats, not because of armies at their gates, but because of the possibility that a single man with a blade might be sharing their breakfast table. Over the next hour, we're going to unpack the rise of this order from a splinter religious sect to the medieval world's most feared organization. We'll examine their infamous leader, Hassan Sabah, a man who turned religious fervor into a weapon more deadly than any siege engine. We'll explore their methods, which ranged from the brilliantly subtle to the absolutely insane, and we'll investigate the myths that grew around them like weeds in a graveyard, particularly the stories about paradise, drugs, and young men willing to throw their lives away for a glimpse of heaven. We'll also delve into their most spectacular assassinations, the ones that changed the course of history, and the ones that were so audacious they seemed like something out of a fever dream. We'll examine how they managed to terrify everyone from Crusader knights to Mongol khans, and how they turned fear into their most effective weapon. Then we'll trace their mysterious decline and disappearance, a process so complete that historians are still arguing about when exactly they ceased to exist. Most importantly, we'll explore why the assassins continue to fascinate us today. In an age where we think we understand power and politics, the story of a small group of religious extremists who managed to influence the fate of empires with nothing but knives and conviction feels both ancient and disturbingly modern. Before we begin our descent into this particular rabbit hole, leave a comment telling me where in the world you're watching from and whether it feels more like you're perched on a fortress wall at midnight or hiding in a marketplace at dawn. And subscribe, because unlike the Assassin Order, this channel isn't planning to vanish mysteriously into the shadows. Though I make no promises about the quality of my jokes, the story of the assassins begins, as many of history's most disturbing tales do, with religious disagreement. But this wasn't your garden variety theological dispute about whether angels could dance on the head of a pin. This was the kind of religious schism that would make modern political divisions look like a friendly disagreement about pizza toppings. In the 11th century, the Islamic world was experiencing what historians politely call internal tensions, which is academic speak for everyone, was trying to kill everyone else for reasons that seemed perfectly logical at the time. The Great Abbasid Caliphate, once the crown jewel of Islamic civilization, was fracturing like a dropped mirror. Regional powers were carving out their own territories. Religious sects were multiplying like rabbits, and the general consensus seemed to be that the best way to solve theological disagreements was with sharp objects. Into this chaos stepped a man named Hassan Sabah. And if you're thinking that name sounds like it belongs to someone who definitely has strong opinions about things and isn't afraid to express them violently, you'd be absolutely correct. Hassan wasn't just any religious scholar. He was a member of the Ismaili branch of Shia Islam, a group that had already distinguished itself by having some rather unconventional ideas about religious authority and succession. The Ismailis believed that religious leadership should pass through a specific bloodline, and they had some very particular ideas about hidden knowledge and the nature of religious truth. They also had a tendency to find themselves on the wrong side of whoever happened to be in power at any given moment, which had given them considerable experience in the fine arts of secrecy, survival, and strategic violence. Hassan himself was a fascinating character, the kind of man who could quote religious texts from memory while simultaneously planning the downfall of empires. Born in the Persian city of Qam around 1050, he received the kind of education that was typical for ambitious young men of his era, which is to say he learned to read, write, think critically, and probably how to handle a knife, though not necessarily in that order. What set Hassan apart wasn't just his intelligence, though by all accounts he was brilliant. It was his absolute, unwavering conviction that he was right about everything, combined with a practical understanding of how to turn religious fervor into political power. He looked at the fractured Islamic world around him and saw not chaos, but opportunity. Where others saw insurmountable obstacles, Hassan saw a chance to create something entirely new. The young Hassan spent years traveling throughout the Islamic world, studying, teaching, and building a network of contacts and supporters. He was particularly drawn to the Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt, which was ruled by Ismaili leaders and represented everything he believed the Islamic world could become. But Hassan wasn't content to simply support existing power structures. He had bigger plans, the kind of plans that would make Machiavelli take notes. Hassan's genius lay in recognizing that in a world dominated by massive armies and traditional power structures, a small, dedicated group of true believers could punch far above their weight if they were willing to. Embrace tactics that others found morally unthinkable. He understood that in politics, perception often mattered more than reality, and that a reputation for ruthless efficiency could be more valuable than actual military strength. The key insight that would define the assassins was Hassan's understanding that political murder, when carried out with sufficient skill and audacity, could be more effective than conventional warfare. Why besiege a castle when you could simply eliminate the person who held the keys? Why fight an army when you could remove the general who commanded it? It was elegant, efficient, and absolutely terrifying to anyone who might find themselves on the receiving end. But Hassan needed more than just a good idea. He needed a base of operations, a place where he could train his followers, plan his operations, and retreat when the inevitable retaliation came. He needed somewhere that was defensible, isolated, and preferably so intimidating that most people would think twice before trying to attack it. In 1090, Hassan found exactly what he was looking for in the fortress of Alamat, perched high in the Alborz mountains of northern Persia. The name Alamat supposedly meant eagle's nest, which should give you some idea of just how accessible this place was to uninvited guests. The fortress sat on a rocky outcrop that rose nearly 6,000 feet above sea level, surrounded by peaks that made approach from most directions somewhere between extremely difficult and completely suicidal. The acquisition of Alamat is itself a story that perfectly encapsulates Hassan's approach to problem solving. Rather than laying siege to the fortress or attempting to buy it outright, Hassan employed a strategy that was part religious conversion, part psychological warfare, and part elaborate confidence trick. He sent his followers to the region years in advance, where they gradually converted the local population to his version of Ismaili doctrine. When Hassan finally arrived at Alamat, he didn't come as a conqueror, but as a welcomed religious leader. The fortress's owner, a man named Mahdi, found himself in the awkward position of being surrounded by his own people, all of whom had suddenly developed very strong opinions about religious authority and succession. Hassan reportedly purchased the fortress for the symbolic sum of 3,000 gold dinars, though given the circumstances, It's unclear how much choice Mahdi really had in the matter. Once established at Alamat, Hassan set about transforming both the fortress and his followers into something the world had never seen before. The physical modifications to Alamat were impressive enough, with Hassan expanding the fortress's defenses, improving its water supply, and creating what amounted to a self-sufficient mountain kingdom. But the real transformation was in the people who came to serve him. Hassan didn't just want followers. He wanted true believers who would carry out his orders without question, even if those orders involved certain death. He needed men who could walk into a crowded marketplace, kill a specific target, and then calmly wait to be cut down by the victim's guards, all while maintaining the absolute conviction that they were serving a higher purpose. Creating this kind of devotion required more than just religious instruction. It required a complete reimagining of what it meant to serve God, to serve one's leader, and to serve one's cause. Hassan developed what can only be described as a comprehensive program of indoctrination, one that combined religious education, physical training, psychological conditioning, and what we might today recognize as sophisticated propaganda techniques. The men who emerged from this program were unlike anything the medieval world had encountered. They were highly educated, deeply religious, physically capable, and absolutely fearless. They could blend into any crowd, speak multiple languages, and kill with a precision that bordered on the supernatural. Most importantly, they were completely loyal to Hassan and his vision of religious and political transformation. These were the original assassins, though they called themselves the Nizari Ismailis, and they were about to change the course of history in ways that would echo through the centuries. They represented something entirely new in the medieval world, an organization that combined religious fervor, political sophistication, and tactical brilliance into a weapon that could topple kings and reshape empires. But perhaps most unsettling of all, they represented proof that in the right hands, absolute conviction could be more dangerous than any army, and that sometimes the most effective way to change the world was one carefully planned murder at a time. Hassan I Seba had a problem that would be familiar to any modern cult leader, though he probably wouldn't appreciate the comparison. He had successfully established his mountain fortress and attracted a growing number of followers. But now he needed to transform ordinary young men into weapons of such precision and dedication that they would willingly die for his cause. This wasn't simply a matter of military training or religious instruction. Hassan needed to create something that had never existed before. Human beings who could function as guided missiles, capable of independent thought and action, but absolutely committed to their mission, even unto death. The solution Hassan developed was so effective, so psychologically sophisticated, and so morally questionable that it became the stuff of legend almost immediately. It also earned him one of history's most ominous nicknames, the Old Man of the Mountain. This wasn't a term of endearment. When medieval chroniclers called someone the Old Man of the Mountain, they meant it the way modern people might refer to someone as that guy who definitely has bodies buried in his backyard. The training program Hassan established at Alamot was unlike anything the medieval world had seen. It began with careful selection of candidates, typically young men between the ages of 12 and 20 who showed particular intelligence, physical capability, and most importantly, susceptibility to religious instruction. These weren't random recruits pulled from the streets. Hassan's agents scoured the region looking for specific types of individuals, those who were already somewhat isolated from their communities, those who showed signs of deep spiritual yearning, and those who possessed the kind of personality that could maintain absolute secrecy under extreme pressure. Once selected, these young men underwent what can only be described as a complete reconstruction of their identity. They were removed from their families and communities and brought to Alamat, where they entered a world that was part monastery, part military academy, and part psychological laboratory. The physical training was intense, covering everything from swordplay and archery to acrobatics and stealth. But the real focus was on mental conditioning. Hassan understood something that modern psychologists would later codify, that human behavior could be shaped through careful manipulation of environment, reward, and belief systems. The young recruits were immersed in a carefully constructed reality where Hassan's interpretation of Islamic doctrine wasn't just one possible truth among many, but the only truth that mattered. They were taught that the world outside Alamut was corrupt, that traditional religious and political authorities had betrayed the true faith, and that only through absolute obedience to Hassan could they hope to achieve salvation. But Hassan's masterstroke wasn't the religious indoctrination, impressive as it was. It was his use of what medieval chroniclers described as a garden of paradise, a place within the fortress complex that supposedly gave recruits a taste of the eternal rewards that awaited them if they died in service to the cause. This garden became the source of some of the most persistent and disturbing legends about the assassins, stories that would be repeated and embellished for centuries. According to these accounts, Hassan had constructed an elaborate garden within Alamut that was designed to replicate the Islamic vision of paradise. It supposedly contained flowing streams, exotic fruits, beautiful pavilions, and most controversially, young women who were trained to serve as the embodiment of the houris promised to the faithful in the afterlife. Recruits would be drugged, brought to this garden while unconscious, and allowed to experience what they were told was a preview of paradise before being returned to their normal training. The psychological impact of this experience was supposedly devastating. Young men who had lived lives of relative poverty and hardship would wake up in what appeared to be paradise itself, surrounded by beauty and pleasure beyond their wildest dreams. They would be told that this was their reward for faithful service, and that death in Hassan's cause would return them to this place permanently. When they were eventually drugged again and returned to the regular world, they carried with them an unshakable conviction that paradise was real, attainable, and worth any sacrifice. Now, here's where things get complicated. And by complicated, I mean we enter the realm where historical fact becomes so entangled with legend that separating them requires the kind of detective work that would make Sherlock Holmes reach for a stronger pipe. The stories about Hassan's Garden of Paradise were recorded by numerous medieval chroniclers, but most of these chroniclers were writing from outside the assassin organization, often decades or centuries after the events they described. Some historians argue that the garden stories were largely propaganda, either created by Hassan's enemies to discredit him, or by Hassan himself to enhance his reputation for mysterious power. Others suggest that while Hassan may have used some form of psychological conditioning involving drugs and controlled environments, the elaborate paradise garden was likely an exaggeration of more mundane training techniques. What we do know is that Hassan was remarkably successful at creating followers who displayed an almost supernatural level of dedication. Contemporary accounts from across the medieval world describe assassin operatives who would carry out suicide missions with a calm determination that terrified their enemies. These weren't desperate men driven to extremes by poverty or desperation. They were educated, capable individuals who seemed to genuinely believe that death in service to their cause was not just acceptable, but desirable. The drug angle of the assassin legend deserves particular attention, partly because it's where the organization's name supposedly originated. The word assassin is often claimed to derive from hashishin, meaning users of hashish, suggesting that Hassan's followers were motivated by drug-induced religious visions rather than genuine faith. This etymology has been disputed by scholars, but it reflects the medieval world's attempt to understand how ordinary human beings could be, transformed into such effective and fearless killers. Whether or not the assassins actually used hashish as part of their training regimen, the drug explanation served an important psychological function for their enemies. It was more comforting to believe that the assassins' effectiveness came from artificial enhancement rather than superior training, organization, and motivation. The idea that a small group of religious extremists could outmaneuver the great powers of the medieval world through nothing more than careful planning and absolute dedication was too disturbing for most people to accept. Hassan himself cultivated an image that was part religious leader, part military commander, and part mysterious sorcerer. He rarely left Alamut after establishing himself there, instead ruling his growing network of followers through a combination of written instructions, trusted lieutenants, and carefully maintained mystique. Visitors to Alamut reported that Hassan lived simply, spending most of his time in study and contemplation, but that his presence seemed to permeate every aspect of life in the fortress. The old man of the mountain developed a reputation for omniscience that was probably more carefully constructed than supernatural. Hassan's intelligence network was remarkably sophisticated, with agents and sympathizers throughout the Islamic world and beyond. He seemed to know about political developments, military movements, and personal scandals long before official channels reported them. This information-gathering capability wasn't just useful for planning operations. It was essential for maintaining the psychological warfare that was central to assassin strategy. Hassan understood that the assassin's greatest weapon wasn't their skill with blades, impressive as it was. Their greatest weapon was fear, specifically the fear that came from unpredictability and apparent omnipresence. A king might feel safe, surrounded by hundreds of guards, but if he believed that Hassan's followers could be anyone, anywhere, at any time, then no amount of conventional security could provide real peace of mind. This psychological dimension of assassin operations was perhaps Hassan's greatest innovation. Previous political killers had relied on stealth and surprise, but they had generally operated as individuals or small groups with limited coordination. Hassan created something entirely different, a network of operatives who could strike anywhere in the known world, who seemed to possess supernatural knowledge of their targets, movements, and vulnerabilities, and who appeared to welcome death as eagerly as most people welcomed life. The training at Alamut reflected this psychological sophistication. Recruits weren't just taught to kill, they were taught to terrify. They learned to move through crowds without being noticed, to gather information without arousing suspicion, and to strike at moments when their actions would have maximum psychological impact. They were taught languages, customs, and religious practices that would allow them to blend into any community in the medieval world. Most importantly, they were taught to think of themselves not as murderers, but as instruments of divine justice. Hassan's interpretation of Islamic doctrine portrayed the assassins as the righteous few, chosen to cleanse the world of corruption and false leadership. Their victims weren't innocent people, but obstacles to the establishment of true Islamic government. Their deaths weren't murders, but executions carried out by the only legitimate authority in a world gone mad with corruption. This ideological framework was crucial to the assassins' effectiveness. It allowed them to carry out operations that would have been psychologically impossible for ordinary mercenaries or soldiers. When an assassin killed a political leader, he wasn't committing a crime, he was fulfilling a religious obligation. When he died in the process, he wasn't losing his life, he was gaining eternal paradise. The combination of sophisticated training, psychological conditioning, and absolute ideological conviction created something that the medieval world had never encountered. An organization that could project power far beyond its actual size and resources. Hassan had perhaps a few hundred dedicated followers at any given time, but they were able to influence the behavior of kings and sultans who commanded armies numbering in the tens of thousands. By the early 12th century, the old man of the mountain had transformed his small religious sect into something that defied easy categorization. The assassins weren't quite a military order, though they fought with deadly efficiency. They weren't quite a religious movement, though faith was central to their identity. They weren't quite a criminal organization, though they certainly broke laws with impressive regularity. What they were was something entirely new, a transnational network of true believers who had weaponized religious conviction and turned political murder into an art form. and they were about to announce their presence to the world in a way that would make everyone, from Crusader knights to Mongol khans, wake up in cold sweats for the next 2 centuries. By 1092, Hassan I Seba had spent 2 years turning Alamut into something that was part fortress, part monastery, and part finishing school for religiously motivated killers. But all the training in the world means nothing without practical application. And Hassan was about to demonstrate that his followers weren't just theoretical threats. They were about to carry out their first major assassination, and they were going to do it in a way that would establish their reputation for the next 2 centuries. The target was Nizam-ul-Mulk, the Grand Vizier of the Seljuk Empire, and one of the most powerful men in the Islamic world. This wasn't a random choice or a crime of opportunity. Nizam-ul-Mulk represented everything Hassan opposed. He was a Sunni Muslim in a position of authority. He supported what Hassan considered illegitimate religious leadership, and most importantly, he had been actively persecuting Ismaili communities throughout the empire. From Hassan's perspective, Nizam-ul-Mulk wasn't just a political enemy. He was a heretic whose continued existence was an offense against God. But killing the Grand Vizier of the Seljuk Empire wasn't like eliminating some minor local official. Nizam-ul-Mulk was surrounded by guards, advisors, and layers of security that would make modern Secret Service agents nod in approval. He traveled with armed escorts, stayed in heavily fortified locations, and had survived decades of political intrigue by being extremely careful about who he trusted and where he went. Hassan's solution to this problem would become the template for assassin operations for the next century and a half. Rather than attempting a direct assault or trying to fight through layers of security, Hassan's operative would get close to the target by becoming someone the target had no reason to fear. The assassin would blend into the environment so completely that his presence would seem not just natural, but welcome. On October 14th, 1092, Nizam-ul-Mulk was traveling from Isfahan to Baghdad when his caravan stopped for the evening. As was his custom, the Grand Vizier was approached by various petitioners and supplicants seeking his attention for minor matters. Among them was a Sufi dervish, a wandering religious mystic of the type that was common throughout the Islamic world. The dervish appeared to be seeking alms, or perhaps hoping to share some religious insight with the great man. What happened next was over so quickly that witnesses had trouble agreeing on the exact sequence of events. The dervish approached Nizam-ul-Mulk, apparently to present a petition or request. As the Grand Vizier leaned forward to hear what the man had to say, the dervish produced a dagger and drove it into his victim's chest with surgical precision. Nizam-ul-Mulk died almost instantly, and the assassin made no attempt to escape. He was cut down by the Grand Vizier's guards within seconds of completing his mission. The killing itself was shocking enough, but what truly terrified observers was the assassin's behavior. He showed no fear, no regret, and no surprise at his own impending death. According to witnesses, he seemed almost joyful as the guards' swords found their mark, as if death was not a consequence he was trying to avoid, but a reward he was eager to claim. This wasn't how political murder was supposed to work in the medieval world. Assassinations were typically carried out by hired killers who expected to be paid and to escape with their lives, or by desperate individuals driven to extremes by personal grievances. They weren't carried out by calm, educated men who seemed to view their own deaths as the successful completion of their mission, rather than an unfortunate side effect. The psychological impact of Nizam-ul-Mulk's assassination rippled throughout the Islamic world like a stone thrown into still water. Here was proof that Hassan's followers could reach anyone, anywhere, regardless of how well protected they might seem. More disturbing still, it demonstrated that the assassins possessed a level of dedication that made conventional security measures largely irrelevant. How do you protect yourself against someone who doesn't care if he dies in the process of killing you? The method Hassan's operative used would become the signature of assassin operations. The close quarters killing, carried out in public, often in broad daylight, with no attempt at escape. This wasn't just about eliminating specific targets. It was about sending a message to anyone who might consider opposing Hassan's movement. The message was simple and terrifying. We can reach you anywhere. We can be anyone, and we are not afraid to die. But Hassan wasn't content with a single spectacular murder. Over the following months and years, assassin operatives struck again and again, each time demonstrating new levels of audacity and skill. They killed military commanders in their own camps, religious leaders in their mosques, and political figures in their palaces. Each assassination followed the same pattern: careful planning, perfect execution, and the assassin's willing acceptance of death as the price of success. The assassins developed what can only be described as a philosophy of murder, a systematic approach to political killing that treated each operation as both a tactical necessity and a religious sacrament. They studied their targets for months or even years, learning their habits, their weaknesses, their fears, and their desires. They identified the moments when their targets would be most vulnerable, not just physically, but psychologically. The psychological dimension of assassin operations was perhaps their most innovative aspect. They understood that the moment of death was just one part of a larger campaign of terror that began long before the actual killing and continued long after the target's body was cold. The assassins were masters of what we might today call psychological warfare, using rumors, threats, and carefully staged demonstrations of their capabilities to create an atmosphere of fear that was often more effective than actual violence. One of their favorite techniques was the warning assassination, a demonstration killing designed to show a primary target just how vulnerable he really was. They might kill a target's bodyguard, advisor, or family member in a way that made it clear the real target could have been eliminated just as easily. Sometimes they would leave a dagger on a target's pillow or in his food, a silent message that said, "We were here. We could have killed you, and next time we might." The assassins also developed an impressive array of methods for getting close to their targets. They posed as merchants, scholars, servants, guards, and religious figures. They spent months or years establishing false identities, building relationships, and earning trust. Some assassin operatives reportedly spent decades living as ordinary citizens in target cities, waiting for the signal to strike. This long-term approach to infiltration was possible because Hassan had created something unprecedented, an organization with institutional memory and strategic patience. Unlike individual assassins or small criminal groups, the assassins could plan operations that might take years to execute. They could afford to wait for the perfect opportunity because they knew their organization would outlast any individual operation or operative. The training required to produce such operatives was extraordinarily sophisticated. Assassin recruits learned not just combat skills, but languages, customs, religious practices, and social behaviors that would allow them to blend into any community in the medieval world. They studied the political and religious landscape of their targets' regions, learning to speak and act like locals rather than obvious foreigners. Perhaps most importantly, they learned to manage their own psychology in ways that would allow them to maintain their cover for extended periods while remaining ready to kill and die at a moment's notice. This required a level of mental discipline that was probably comparable to what we might expect from modern special forces operatives, combined with a religious conviction that made death seem not just acceptable but desirable. The weapons training was equally sophisticated. While the dagger remained the assassin's signature weapon, they were proficient with a wide range of tools for killing. They learned to use poison, though they preferred the psychological impact of blade work. They studied anatomy to ensure that their strikes would be immediately fatal. They practiced killing techniques that would work in crowded spaces, confined areas, and high-security environments. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of assassin training was the psychological conditioning that made their operatives willing to die for their cause. This wasn't simply a matter of religious instruction or ideological indoctrination. Hassan's followers genuinely seemed to believe that death in service to their cause was not just acceptable but preferable to continued life in a corrupt world. This willingness to embrace death gave the assassins an enormous tactical advantage. Security measures that relied on the assumption that attackers would want to escape alive were largely useless against operatives who viewed their own deaths as successful mission completion. Guards who might be willing to risk their lives to protect their charges were often psychologically unprepared to deal with attackers who seemed eager to die. The assassin's reputation for supernatural dedication spread throughout the medieval world with remarkable speed. Within a few years of Nizam Olmok's death, stories about Hassan's followers were being told from Spain to Central Asia. These stories grew in the telling, as stories do, but they were grounded in a reality that was disturbing enough without embellishment. By the end of the 11th century, the assassins had established themselves as a force that could influence the behavior of kings and sultans through the simple threat of targeted killing. They had proven that a small, dedicated organization could project power far beyond its actual size through the careful application of violence and terror. They had also demonstrated that religious conviction, when properly channeled and directed, could create human weapons of unprecedented effectiveness. But Hassan's greatest achievement wasn't the creation of individual killers, impressive as they were. It was the establishment of an organization that could sustain itself over time, adapt to changing circumstances, and continue operating even when individual leaders were eliminated. The assassins weren't just a collection of fanatics. They were an institution, and institutions have a way of outlasting the people who create them. As the 12th century dawned, the old man of the mountain had created something that would haunt the medieval world for the next 2 centuries. An organization that had turned murder into a sacrament and death into a reward. The assassins were about to encounter new enemies and new challenges, but they had already proven that they possessed something that armies and empires often lacked: the absolute conviction that their cause was worth any sacrifice. The year 1095 brought news to Hassan I Sabah that must have seemed like a gift from Providence itself. Pope Urban II had called for a holy war to reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim control, and thousands of European knights were preparing to march east in what would become known as the First Crusade. For most of the Islamic world, this was an alarming development. For Hassan, it was an opportunity that was almost too good to be true. The Crusades represented everything Hassan had been arguing about: the corruption and illegitimacy of existing Islamic leadership. Here were foreign invaders marching into the heart of the Muslim world, and what were the great Sunni powers doing about it? They were too busy fighting each other to mount an effective defense. The Seljuk Empire was fragmenting, the Abbasid Caliphate was a shadow of its former self, and local rulers were more concerned with their own territorial disputes than with the approaching Christian armies. From his mountain fortress, Hassan watched the political chaos unfold with the satisfaction of a man whose most pessimistic predictions were being validated by events. The arrival of the Crusaders didn't just threaten Muslim territories, it exposed the fundamental weakness of the existing order. It proved that the traditional powers were incapable of defending the faith, which meant that alternative approaches to Islamic leadership weren't just desirable, they were necessary for survival. But Hassan wasn't content to simply observe the unfolding crisis. The Crusades presented the assassins with their first opportunity to operate on a truly international stage, and Hassan intended to make the most of it. The Crusader states that began to emerge in Syria and Palestine would provide perfect laboratories for testing assassin methods against an entirely new type of enemy. The Crusaders were unlike any opponents the assassins had previously encountered. They came from a completely different cultural and religious background. They had their own ideas about honor and warfare, and they brought with them military technologies and tactics that were unfamiliar to most Middle Eastern forces. More importantly, they were operating far from their home territories, which made them dependent on local knowledge and vulnerable to the kind of infiltration and subversion that the assassins had perfected. The first major assassin operation against the Crusaders came in 1106, when they eliminated Raymond of Antioch's most trusted advisor during what appeared to be a routine diplomatic meeting. The killing followed the classic assassin pattern. A lone operative, posing as a local merchant, approached the advisor with what seemed to be important intelligence about Muslim troop movements. When the advisor leaned in to hear the information, the operative produced a dagger and struck with lethal precision before being cut down by guards. What made this assassination particularly significant wasn't just the death of a single advisor, but the psychological impact it had on the entire Crusader leadership. These were men who had traveled thousands of miles to fight what they considered a holy war, and they suddenly found themselves facing an enemy that didn't follow any of the rules they understood. The assassins didn't meet them in open battle, didn't challenge them to single combat, and didn't seem interested in the kind of honorable warfare that European knights considered proper. Instead, the assassins treated the Crusaders like any other political opponents, as targets to be studied, infiltrated, and eliminated when convenient. They learned Frankish customs, studied Crusader military organization, and began placing operatives in positions where they could gather intelligence and strike when opportunities presented themselves. The cultural clash between assassin methods and Crusader expectations created a level of psychological warfare that was probably more effective than any conventional military campaign. Crusader knights were trained to face enemies who would meet them in open combat, where superior armor, weapons, and training could decide the outcome. They were not prepared to deal with enemies who might be their own servants, translators, or local allies. The assassins quickly realized that the Crusader states offered unique opportunities for their particular brand of warfare. The Crusaders were heavily dependent on local populations for everything from food and supplies to intelligence and translation services. This dependence created countless opportunities for infiltration, and the assassins were quick to exploit them. Assassin operatives began appearing throughout the Crusader territories, posing as everything from merchants and craftsmen to religious converts and military auxiliaries. They established safe houses, built intelligence networks, and created the infrastructure necessary for sustained operations against Crusader targets. Most importantly, they began to study Crusader psychology, learning how to exploit the cultural and religious differences that made the Frankish invaders vulnerable to manipulation. One of the most effective assassin tactics against the Crusaders was the exploitation of religious and cultural misunderstandings. The assassins would pose as local Christians or recent converts to Christianity, using their knowledge of Islamic culture to provide seemingly valuable intelligence about Muslim military plans. Once they had gained the trust of Crusader commanders, they would strike at moments when their targets were most vulnerable. The psychological impact of these operations on Crusader morale was devastating. Knights who had come east expecting to fight glorious battles against clearly identified enemies found themselves constantly looking over their shoulders, wondering if their next meal might be poisoned or if their most trusted local advisor might be planning their death. The assassins had turned the Crusader territories into a paranoid nightmare where no one could be trusted, and death might come from any direction. But the assassins' most spectacular success against the Crusaders came in 1152, when they eliminated Raymond II of Tripoli in broad daylight while he was returning from morning prayers. The assassination was carried out by an operative who had spent months posing as a devout local Christian, attending the same church as Raymond, and gradually building a relationship with the Count's household. The killing itself was almost anticlimactic in its simplicity. As Raymond emerged from the church, the operative approached him with what appeared to be a petition or request for assistance. When Raymond paused to listen, the operative struck with a concealed dagger, delivering a wound that proved fatal within minutes. The assassin made no attempt to escape and was immediately killed by Raymond's guards, but the damage was done. Raymond's death sent shockwaves throughout the Crusader states. Here was a man who had survived decades of warfare against Muslim armies, who had successfully defended his territory against numerous sieges and invasions, killed by a single operative who had been living among his own people for months. The message was clear: no Crusader leader, no matter how well protected or experienced, was safe from assassin attention. The assassins' success against the Crusaders wasn't just a matter of superior tactics or training. It reflected a fundamental difference in how the two sides understood warfare and politics. The Crusaders thought in terms of territorial conquest, military campaigns, and dynastic succession. The assassins thought in terms of influence, intimidation, and the careful application of violence to achieve specific political goals. This difference in approach gave the assassins enormous advantages in their conflicts with the Crusaders. While Crusader armies might win battles and capture territories, the assassins could eliminate the leaders who made strategic decisions and commanded those armies. While the Crusaders built castles and fortifications to protect their territories, the assassins could strike at the hearts and minds of the people who lived in those territories. The Crusaders gradually learned to adapt to the assassin threat, developing new security procedures and becoming more cautious about trusting local populations. But these adaptations came at a significant cost in terms of efficiency, morale, and relationships with the very people the Crusaders needed as allies. The constant threat of assassination forced Crusader leaders to live like prisoners in their own territories, surrounded by guards and suspicious of everyone around them. Perhaps most importantly, the assassins' success against the Crusaders established their reputation as a force that could challenge even the most powerful military organizations of their time. The Crusader knights were among the most formidable warriors in the medieval world, backed by the resources of European kingdoms and motivated by religious fervor that matched the assassins' own dedication. If the assassins could successfully operate against such opponents, they could operate against anyone. The psychological warfare that the assassins waged against the Crusaders also had broader implications for the Islamic world. By demonstrating that the seemingly invincible Frankish invaders were vulnerable to the same tactics that had proven effective against Muslim rulers, the assassins showed that their methods had universal application. They weren't just effective against corrupt Islamic leaders. They were effective against any political authority that relied on conventional security measures and traditional assumptions about warfare. The Crusader period also saw the assassins develop new techniques for long-term infiltration and intelligence gathering. Operating against enemies who came from completely different cultural backgrounds required new levels of sophistication in terms of language training, cultural education, and psychological preparation. Assassin operatives had to learn not just how to kill Crusader targets, but how to think like Crusaders, act like Crusaders, and blend into Crusader society so completely that their presence would never be questioned. This expansion of assassin capabilities had implications that extended far beyond their immediate conflicts with the Crusaders. The skills and techniques developed during this period would prove invaluable when the assassins later found themselves facing new enemies and operating in new environments. They had proven that their methods could be adapted to work against any opponent, regardless of cultural background or military capability. By the middle of the 12th century, the assassins had established themselves as a permanent feature of the political landscape in the Crusader states. They weren't just another Muslim military force to be defeated in battle. They were a constant presence that influenced every decision Crusader leaders made. The knowledge that an assassin operative might be anywhere, at any time, ready to strike, had become a factor that shaped Crusader policy and strategy in ways that conventional military threats never could. The old man of the mountain had achieved something remarkable. He had created an organization that could project power and influence far beyond its actual size and resources, and he had proven that this power could be effective against any opponent, regardless of their military strength or political authority. The assassins had become more than just a religious sect or a military organization. They had become a force of nature that reshaped the political landscape wherever they operated. By the middle of the 12th century, the assassins had perfected their craft to such a degree that their very name had become synonymous with political murder throughout the known world. But Hassan I Seba's successors weren't content to rest on their reputation. They were about to carry out a series of assassinations so audacious, so perfectly executed, and so psychologically devastating that they would cement the assassins' place in history as the ultimate practitioners of political violence. The most spectacular of these operations began in 1192, when the assassins set their sights on Conrad of Montferrat, the King of Jerusalem and one of the most powerful Crusader leaders in the Holy Land. Conrad wasn't just any target. He was a man who had survived decades of warfare, political intrigue, and assassination attempts. He was paranoid to the point of obsession, surrounded by layers of security that would have impressed modern intelligence agencies, and so suspicious of everyone around him that he reportedly tasted his own food and inspected his own bedchamber personally every night. Conrad's security measures were legendary even by medieval standards. He employed multiple food tasters, rotated his guards constantly to prevent corruption, and never followed the same route twice when traveling. He slept in different rooms on an irregular schedule, maintained multiple safe houses throughout his territory, and had developed an intelligence network that rivaled anything the assassins themselves had created. If anyone in the Crusader states was assassination-proof, it was Conrad of Montferrat. The assassins studied Conrad for over a year, learning his habits, his security procedures, and most importantly, his psychological weaknesses. They discovered that despite all his precautions, Conrad had one vulnerability that his paranoia couldn't protect against: his own religious devotion. No matter how dangerous the situation, Conrad would not miss his daily prayers, and he insisted on attending religious services in person rather than having private ceremonies in his secured quarters. The operation the assassins devised to exploit this weakness was a masterpiece of long-term planning and psychological manipulation. Rather than attempting to infiltrate Conrad's immediate circle, which would have been nearly impossible given his security measures, they decided to create their own opportunity by becoming part of the religious community he trusted. Two assassin operatives spent months establishing themselves as devout Christian converts in Tyre, the city where Conrad held court. They attended religious services regularly, participated in community activities, and gradually built reputations as pious and trustworthy members of the local Christian population. They learned Latin prayers, Christian theology, and the subtle social cues that would mark them as genuine believers rather than infiltrators. The psychological sophistication of this operation cannot be overstated. These weren't just killers posing as Christians. They were highly educated operatives who had to convince not just casual observers but trained clergy and devout believers that their conversion was genuine. They had to maintain their cover for months while constantly preparing for a mission that would almost certainly result in their deaths. On April 28, 1192, Conrad was returning from dinner with the Bishop of Beauvais when he encountered the two operatives on a narrow street near the cathedral. They approached him as humble petitioners, apparently seeking his blessing or assistance with some minor matter. Conrad, who was always careful to maintain his reputation for piety and accessibility to his Christian subjects, paused to hear what they had to say. What happened next was over in seconds, but it would be remembered for centuries. The two operatives produced concealed daggers and struck simultaneously, one targeting Conrad's chest and the other his throat. The wounds were immediately fatal, and Conrad collapsed before his guards could react. The assassins made no attempt to escape. They stood calmly as the guards cut them down, reportedly smiling as they died. The psychological impact of Conrad's assassination was devastating, not just for the Crusader states, but for the entire medieval world. Here was a man who had taken every conceivable precaution against assassination, who had survived in one of the most dangerous political environments of his time, killed by operatives who had spent months living among his own people. The message was clear. No one, no matter how careful or well protected, was safe from assassin attention. But Conrad's death was just one example of the assassin's ability to eliminate seemingly untouchable targets. In 1174, they had carried out what was perhaps their most audacious operation ever, the attempted assassination of Saladin himself, the great Muslim leader who had united much of the Islamic world against the Crusaders. Saladin was not just any target. He was arguably the most powerful and well-protected man in the Middle East. He commanded vast armies, controlled extensive territories, and was surrounded by security measures that reflected his awareness of the assassin threat. Saladin knew that the assassins considered him a legitimate target because of his Sunni beliefs and his conflicts with Ismaili communities, and he had taken extraordinary precautions to protect himself. The assassin's attempt on Saladin's life was remarkable not because it succeeded, but because it came so close to succeeding despite the target's preparations. The operation involved multiple operatives who had infiltrated Saladin's army over a period of months, posing as ordinary soldiers and gradually working their way closer to the Sultan's inner circle. The attack came during a military campaign when Saladin was reviewing his troops. Several operatives, disguised as his own guards, suddenly turned on him with drawn swords. Saladin survived only because he was wearing mail armor under his robes, and because his genuine guards reacted with exceptional speed. Even so, he was wounded in the attack and came within inches of death. The psychological impact of this near miss was profound. Saladin, who had faced down Crusader armies and conquered vast territories, was reportedly shaken to his core by the realization that his own guards might be assassin operatives. He increased his security measures to almost paranoid levels. But the knowledge that the assassins had come so close to killing him haunted him for the rest of his life. The assassin's reputation for being able to strike anywhere, at any time, was further enhanced by their elimination of Jana al-Dawla, the emir of Homs, in 1103. This assassination was remarkable not for its political significance, but for the sheer audacity of its execution. Jana al-Dawla was killed while leading Friday prayers in the main mosque of his own city, surrounded by hundreds of his own subjects and dozens of guards. The operative who carried out this assassination had spent over a year establishing himself as a devout member of the local religious community. He attended prayers regularly, participated in religious discussions, and gradually built a reputation as a learned and pious man. When the day of the assassination arrived, he was standing in the front row of worshippers, just a few feet from where the emir was leading prayers. As Jana al-Dawla prostrated himself during the prayer, the operative struck with a concealed dagger, delivering a fatal wound before anyone in the crowded mosque realized what was happening. The assassin was immediately killed by the congregation, but the damage was done. The emir died within minutes, and the psychological impact of the killing reverberated throughout the Islamic world. What made this assassination particularly disturbing was its location and timing. Mosques were supposed to be sanctuaries, places where even enemies could find temporary safety. The idea that someone could be killed while leading prayers in the holiest moment of the Islamic week challenged fundamental assumptions about safety and sanctuary that had governed Middle Eastern politics for centuries. The assassins also demonstrated their ability to eliminate targets through more subtle means when they poisoned Modad, the Atabug of Mosul, in 1113. This operation showed a different side of assassin capabilities, proving that they weren't limited to dramatic public killings, but could also carry out murders that appeared to be natural deaths. Mordad's poisoning was so skillfully executed that many contemporary observers didn't initially realize it was an assassination. The poison used was apparently slow-acting and produced symptoms that resembled a common illness. Mordad fell sick gradually over several days, and his death appeared to be the result of natural causes until assassin agents began spreading word that their organization was responsible. The psychological warfare aspect of this operation was particularly sophisticated. By claiming responsibility for what appeared to be a natural death, the assassins created uncertainty about every subsequent death of a political figure. Had other leaders died of natural causes, or had they been poisoned by assassin operatives? The uncertainty was almost as effective as actual assassinations in creating an atmosphere of fear and paranoia. Perhaps the most psychologically devastating aspect of these legendary assassinations was their apparent randomness from the perspective of the targets. The assassins didn't just kill enemies of their particular religious sect. They eliminated anyone who opposed their political goals or threatened their interests. Sunni Muslims, Shia Muslims, Christians, and even fellow Ismailis could all find themselves on assassin target lists if their actions conflicted with the organization's objectives. This unpredictability made it impossible for potential targets to feel safe simply by avoiding obvious conflicts with assassin interests. The organization's goals were complex and sometimes contradictory. Their decision-making process was opaque, and their definition of legitimate targets seemed to change based on circumstances that outsiders couldn't predict or understand. The technical skill displayed in these assassinations was equally impressive. The assassins had developed techniques for concealing weapons that could defeat even careful searchers, methods for delivering poison that could avoid detection by food tasters, and approaches to target identification that could distinguish specific individuals in crowded, chaotic environments. But perhaps most importantly, these legendary assassinations demonstrated the assassin's mastery of what we might today call strategic communication. Each killing was designed not just to eliminate a specific target, but to send a message to a broader audience. The method of killing, the location, the timing, and the assassin's behavior were all carefully chosen to maximize psychological impact and reinforce the organization's reputation for supernatural effectiveness. By the end of the 12th century, the assassins had created something unprecedented in the medieval world, a brand of political violence that was instantly recognizable and universally feared. When political figures died under mysterious circumstances, people automatically wondered if the assassins were responsible. When leaders took extraordinary security precautions, everyone understood they were trying to protect themselves from the old man of the mountain's followers. The assassins had achieved something that conventional armies and traditional political organizations could never accomplish. They had made their enemies afraid to live normal lives. Kings and sultans who commanded vast resources and controlled extensive territories lived in constant fear of a small organization that probably never had more than a few hundred active operatives at any given time. This was the true genius of the assassin approach to political violence. They had discovered that in the right hands, a reputation for ruthless efficiency could be more powerful than actual military strength, and that the fear of death could be more effective than death itself in shaping political behavior. The true genius of the assassins wasn't their skill with daggers or their ability to infiltrate enemy organizations. Impressive as these capabilities were, their greatest achievement was the weaponization of human psychology itself. By the early 13th century, the mere possibility of assassin attention had become a factor that shaped the behavior of rulers across the known world, often more effectively than armies, sieges, or diplomatic pressure. Consider the psychological state of a medieval ruler who knew he might be on an assassin target list. Every morning brought the possibility that this could be his last day alive. Every meal might be poisoned, every servant might be an enemy agent, every religious ceremony might become the stage for his own murder. The constant stress of living under such conditions was probably more debilitating than any physical threat the assassins could have posed through conventional means. The assassins understood something that modern psychologists would later codify as the principle of learned helplessness. When people are subjected to threats they cannot predict, control, or escape. They often develop a state of psychological paralysis that makes them more compliant and less likely to take aggressive action. By creating an atmosphere where death could come from any direction at any time, the assassins induced exactly this kind of psychological state in their enemies. The organization's approach to psychological warfare was remarkably sophisticated for its time. They didn't just kill people and hope the fear would spread naturally. They carefully orchestrated campaigns of intimidation that were designed to maximize psychological impact while minimizing actual violence. A single well-publicized assassination could influence the behavior of dozens of potential targets, making it unnecessary to actually kill most of the people the assassins wanted to control. One of their most effective techniques was what we might today call demonstration killings, assassinations that were designed primarily to show other targets how vulnerable they really were. The assassins would eliminate a relatively minor figure using methods that made it clear they could have just as easily killed someone much more important. The message was unmistakable. We chose not to kill you this time, but we could change our minds at any moment. The psychological sophistication of these operations extended to every detail of their execution. The assassins paid careful attention to the symbolic meaning of their methods, choosing weapons, locations, and timing that would resonate with their intended audience. A killing in a mosque sent a different message than a killing in a palace, and a poisoning conveyed different implications than a stabbing. The organization also mastered the art of strategic ambiguity, creating uncertainty about their capabilities and intentions that was often more effective than clear threats. They would claim responsibility for some killings while remaining silent about others, leaving their enemies to wonder which deaths were natural and which were the result of assassin action. This uncertainty made every death of a political figure a potential source of fear and paranoia. Perhaps most disturbing of all, the assassins demonstrated an understanding of how fear could be transmitted through social networks. They knew that a single terrified ruler could spread anxiety throughout his entire court, and that rumors of assassin activity could travel faster and farther than any actual operative. By carefully managing their reputation and controlling the flow of information about their activities, they could create fear in places they had never actually visited. The psychological impact of assassin operations was amplified by the medieval world's limited understanding of their methods and motivations. Most political violence in this period was either the result of conventional warfare between clearly identified enemies, or the work of individual killers, motivated by personal grievances. The assassins represented something entirely new, an organization that could strike anywhere, motivated by religious and political goals that outsiders found difficult to understand or predict. This incomprehensibility was itself a weapon. When people don't understand why something is happening or how to prevent it, they tend to overestimate both the threat and their own vulnerability. The assassin's enemies often attributed supernatural powers to the organization simply because they couldn't explain how ordinary human beings could be so effective at infiltration and killing. The religious dimension of assassin operations added another layer of psychological complexity. In a world where religious belief was central to most people's understanding of reality, the assassins claimed to be carrying out divine will gave their actions a significance that went beyond mere political violence. Their enemies weren't just facing human killers, they were confronting what appeared to be instruments of divine judgment. This religious framework also helped explain the assassins' apparent fearlessness in the face of death. Medieval observers struggled to understand how ordinary human beings could willingly sacrifice their lives for political goals. But the religious explanation provided a framework that made such behavior comprehensible, if not less terrifying. The idea that the assassins were motivated by absolute religious conviction made them seem less like human enemies and more like forces of nature. The assassins' mastery of psychological warfare extended to their treatment of their own operatives. The organization understood that creating effective human weapons required more than just training and indoctrination. It required the complete reconstruction of an individual's relationship with life and death. Assassin operatives had to be psychologically prepared not just to kill, but to die, and to do both with a calm determination that would maximize the psychological impact of their actions. The training methods used to create this psychological state were probably as sophisticated as anything developed by modern intelligence agencies. Operatives were gradually desensitized to violence through carefully controlled exposure to increasingly intense situations. They were taught to view their own deaths not as failures or tragedies, but as successful completions of their missions. Most importantly, they were given a framework of meaning that made their sacrifices seem not just worthwhile, but essential for the salvation of the world. The psychological conditioning of assassin operatives was so effective that it became one of the organization's most feared capabilities. Enemies who might be willing to face conventional soldiers or even fanatical warriors were often psychologically unprepared to deal with opponents who seemed to have welcomed death as eagerly as most people welcomed life. The knowledge that an attacker might actually prefer to die in the process of killing you created a level of psychological pressure that was almost impossible to defend against. The assassins also understood the importance of timing in psychological warfare. They would often strike at moments when their targets were feeling most secure or celebrating important achievements. A successful military campaign might be followed by the assassination of the victorious general, or a religious festival might be interrupted by the killing of a prominent leader. This timing wasn't accidental. It was designed to create maximum psychological disruption by destroying the sense of safety that came with success or celebration. The organization's approach to intelligence gathering was equally sophisticated from a psychological perspective. Assassin agents didn't just collect information about their targets' movements and security arrangements. They studied their personalities, fears, and psychological vulnerabilities. They learned what made their targets feel safe and secure, and then they systematically destroyed those sources of comfort. This psychological intelligence was often more valuable than tactical information. Knowing that a target was particularly afraid of poison might lead the assassins to use a blade instead, creating additional psychological pressure through the violation of expectations. Understanding a target's religious beliefs might allow them to time an attack to coincide with a moment of spiritual vulnerability. The assassin's reputation for psychological sophistication became so widespread that their enemies often attributed capabilities to them that they probably didn't actually possess. Rulers would take elaborate precautions against threats that existed more in their own imaginations than in reality, creating a level of self-imposed isolation and paranoia that served assassin interests without requiring any actual effort on their part. This phenomenon of fear-induced overreaction became one of the assassin's most effective weapons. By creating a reputation for supernatural capabilities, they could influence enemy behavior without having to actually demonstrate those capabilities. The mere possibility that the assassins might be capable of something was often enough to make their enemies act as if that capability was real and immediate. The psychological warfare techniques developed by the assassins were so effective that they influenced the behavior of people who had never actually encountered the organization directly. Stories about assassin capabilities spread throughout the medieval world, creating a climate of fear and uncertainty that extended far beyond the regions where the organization actually operated. Rulers in distant lands would take precautions against assassin attacks, even when there was no evidence that the organization had any interest in their territories. This expansion of psychological influence through reputation and rumor was perhaps the assassins' greatest achievement. They had created a brand of fear that was self-sustaining and self-propagating, requiring minimal actual violence to maintain its effectiveness. The organization had discovered something that modern advertisers and propagandists would later rediscover. That perception often matters more than reality, and that a carefully crafted reputation can be more powerful than any physical capability. By the early 13th century, the assassins had achieved something unprecedented in the medieval world. They had created a form of power that was based not on territorial control, military strength, or economic resources, but on the systematic manipulation of human psychology. They had proven that in the right hands, fear could be more effective than force, and that the threat of violence could be more powerful than violence itself. This psychological mastery would serve them well in the challenges that lay ahead, as new enemies emerged who would test the limits of even the assassin's sophisticated understanding of human nature. But for now, the old man of the mountain's followers had achieved something that no conventional army could match. They had made the entire medieval world afraid of shadows. While the world focused on the spectacular assassinations and the mysterious fortress of Alamat, the true scope of the assassin organization remained hidden in plain sight. By the early 13th century, Hassan I Sabbah's successors had built something far more sophisticated than a simple cult of killers. They had created a transnational network that operated across continents, a shadow empire that existed parallel to the conventional political structures of the medieval world. The genius of the assassin network lay not in its size, which was relatively modest, but in its structure and adaptability. Unlike traditional organizations that relied on hierarchical command structures and centralized control, the assassins had developed a cellular system that could continue operating even when individual components were discovered and eliminated. Each cell operated with considerable independence, connected to the broader organization through carefully maintained channels of communication and coordination. The foundation of this network was a sophisticated recruitment and training system that operated throughout the Islamic world and beyond. Assassin agents identified potential recruits not just in their own territories, but in distant cities and regions where the organization had no obvious presence. These recruitment operations were often disguised as legitimate religious or educational activities, making them nearly impossible for enemies to detect or disrupt. The recruitment process itself was a masterpiece of psychological assessment and manipulation. Assassin agents would spend months or even years evaluating potential candidates, looking for specific combinations of intelligence, physical capability, psychological stability, and most importantly, susceptibility to ideological conversion. They weren't looking for desperate individuals or obvious misfits. They wanted people who could blend seamlessly into any environment while maintaining absolute loyalty to the organization's goals. Once identified, potential recruits were gradually drawn into the assassin network through a process that was part education, part seduction, and part psychological conditioning. They might be invited to participate in religious discussions, offered opportunities for advanced education, or provided with solutions to personal or financial problems. The goal was to create a sense of debt and obligation that could later be leveraged into complete loyalty. The training facilities that supported this recruitment network were scattered throughout the known world, hidden in plain sight as religious schools, merchant establishments, or craft workshops. A carpet weaving operation in Damascus might actually be a front for training operatives in infiltration techniques. A religious school in Cairo might be teaching its students how to identify and exploit the psychological weaknesses of political targets. A merchant caravan traveling between cities might be carrying not just trade goods, but intelligence reports and operational instructions. This distributed approach to training and operations made the assassin network incredibly resilient. When authorities discovered and shut down one facility, dozens of others continued operating without interruption. When one cell was compromised, the damage was contained by the organization's compartmentalized structure. The network could lose individual components without losing its overall capability or coherence. The assassins also developed sophisticated methods for maintaining communication across their far-flung network They used a combination of coded messages, trusted couriers, and established trade routes to move information and instructions throughout their organization. A merchant traveling from Persia to Syria might carry more than just commercial correspondence. Hidden within his legitimate business documents might be orders for assassinations, intelligence reports, or strategic guidance for local operatives. The organization's communication system was designed to be both secure and deniable. Messages were often embedded in apparently innocent documents or conversations, using codes and references that would be meaningless to anyone outside the organization. Even if intercepted, assassin communications would appear to be routine business or religious correspondence, providing no evidence of the organization's activities or structure. Perhaps most impressively, the assassins developed what amounted to an early form of international banking system to support their operations. They established financial networks that could move money and resources across vast distances without leaving obvious traces. An operation in the Crusader states might be funded by resources generated in Persia, with the financial transactions disguised as legitimate trade or religious donations. This financial sophistication allowed the assassins to maintain operations in regions where they had no obvious source of local support. They could establish safe houses, purchase equipment, and support operatives in hostile territory by drawing on resources from their network's global operations. The organization's enemies often underestimated their capabilities because they couldn't identify obvious sources of funding or logistical support. The Assassins' network also included what we might today recognize as an early form of international intelligence service. They maintained agents in courts and capitals throughout the known world, gathering information not just about potential targets, but about political developments, military movements, and economic trends that might affect their operations. This intelligence capability gave them strategic advantages that often compensated for their relatively small size and limited military resources. The quality of assassin intelligence was legendary throughout the medieval world. They seemed to know about political developments before official channels reported them, to understand the personal relationships and psychological weaknesses of leaders they had never met, and to predict political and military developments with uncanny accuracy. This reputation for omniscience was carefully cultivated and became one of their most effective weapons in psychological warfare. The organization's intelligence network was built on the same principles as their operational structure: compartmentalization, redundancy, and deniability. Individual agents often didn't know the full scope of the information they were gathering or how it would be used. A servant in a royal household might report on his master's daily routine without understanding that this information was being used to plan an assassination. A merchant might pass along gossip about political developments without realizing he was part of an intelligence network. The assassins also developed sophisticated methods for analyzing and synthesizing the intelligence they gathered. They maintained what amounted to early databases of information about political figures, military organizations, and regional developments. This analytical capability allowed them to identify patterns and opportunities that might not be obvious to individual agents or local commanders. The network's operational capabilities extended far beyond simple assassination. Assassin agents could influence political developments through carefully placed rumors, manipulate economic conditions through targeted disruption of trade routes, and shape military outcomes through the selective elimination of key commanders or the provision of intelligence to preferred sides in conflicts. This broader range of capabilities made the assassins valuable as allies and terrifying as enemies. Political leaders who might be willing to risk conventional military threats often found themselves negotiating with the organization simply because the alternatives were too dangerous to contemplate. The assassins had created a form of power that was based not on the ability to conquer territory or defeat armies, but on the capacity to influence events through carefully applied pressure at critical points. The geographic scope of the assassin network was truly remarkable for its time. They maintained operations from Spain to Central Asia, with significant presences in Syria, Persia, Egypt, and the Crusader states. This international reach gave them capabilities that no conventional medieval organization could match. They could coordinate operations across vast distances, move resources and personnel between regions as needed, and maintain strategic flexibility that allowed them to adapt to changing political conditions. The network's international character also provided important strategic advantages. When the assassins faced pressure in one region, they could shift resources and operations to other areas. When political conditions made operations difficult in one territory, they could focus their attention on targets and opportunities elsewhere. This geographic diversification made it nearly impossible for any single enemy to eliminate the organization entirely. Perhaps most importantly, the assassin network demonstrated that in the medieval world, non-state actors could achieve levels of influence and capability that rivaled or exceeded those of conventional governments. They had proven that a well-organized, highly motivated group could project power across vast distances and influence political developments in ways that traditional military and diplomatic approaches could not match. The network that Hassan I-Sabbah's successors had built represented something entirely new in human history. A transnational organization that operated according to its own rules and pursued its own agenda, regardless of the wishes of conventional political authorities. They had created a shadow empire that existed alongside and often in opposition to the official structures of medieval politics. This shadow empire would soon face its greatest test, as new enemies emerged who possessed both the military capability and the strategic vision necessary to challenge the assassins' carefully constructed network. But for now, the organization that had begun as a small religious sect in a mountain fortress had become something unprecedented, a global power that operated in the shadows and influenced events from behind the scenes. The assassins had discovered something that would be rediscovered by intelligence agencies and terrorist organizations centuries later, that in the right hands, a network of dedicated individuals could be more powerful than armies, and that influence exercised from the shadows could be more effective than authority wielded in the light. In 1206, somewhere in the vast steppes of Mongolia, a tribal leader named Temujin took the title Genghis Khan and began building what would become the largest contiguous land empire in human history. For most of the civilized world, this development was initially irrelevant, just another barbarian chieftain making grandiose claims in a distant wilderness. For the assassins, it represented the beginning of the end of their carefully constructed shadow empire, though they wouldn't realize it for another 50 years. The Mongols represented everything the assassins were not. Where the assassins operated through stealth and subtlety, the Mongols conquered through overwhelming force and terrifying directness. Where the assassins influenced events from the shadows, the Mongols reshaped the world in broad daylight with armies that blotted out the horizon. Where the assassins relied on psychological warfare and the careful application of violence, the Mongols employed total war on a scale that made previous conflicts look like neighborhood disputes. Most importantly, the Mongols possessed something that made them uniquely dangerous to the assassin network. They were genuinely unconcerned with the conventional rules of medieval politics and warfare. They didn't care about religious differences, dynastic claims, or traditional diplomatic protocols. They had a simple approach to problem solving that could be summarized as kill everyone who opposes us and incorporate everyone who submits. And they had the military capability to make this approach work on a continental scale. The first serious encounter between the assassins and the Mongol war machine came in 1220, when Genghis Khan's forces swept through Persia during their pursuit of the fleeing Khwarezmid Shah. The Mongols had already demonstrated their approach to dealing with fortified positions by reducing several supposedly impregnable cities to smoking ruins. But the assassins' strongholds presented a different kind of challenge. The assassins' mountain fortresses were genuinely difficult to assault using conventional siege techniques. They were positioned on terrain that made it nearly impossible to bring siege engines into effective range, supplied by water sources that couldn't be easily cut off, and defended by garrisons that were both highly motivated and extremely skilled. Previous enemies had often found it easier to negotiate with the assassins, or simply avoid their territories, rather than attempt costly and uncertain siege operations. The Mongols, however, had a different perspective on cost-benefit analysis. They viewed the assassin fortresses not as impregnable strongholds to be avoided, but as problems to be solved through the application of sufficient violence and engineering expertise. More importantly, they understood that leaving hostile forces in their rear areas was a strategic mistake that could compromise their broader campaign objectives. The siege of the assassin fortress at Quistin in 1221 provided a preview of what would happen when Mongol methodology met assassin resistance. The Mongols surrounded the fortress with a thoroughness that impressed even experienced siege warfare specialists, cutting off all supply routes and establishing a blockade that was designed to be maintained indefinitely. They then began the systematic process of reducing the fortress through a combination of siege engines, mining operations, and psychological warfare. What made the Mongol approach particularly effective against the assassins was their willingness to accept casualties, and their complete indifference to the time required to achieve their objectives. Previous enemies had often been deterred by the cost of besieging assassin strongholds, but the Mongols viewed casualties as an acceptable cost of doing business and had the manpower reserves to sustain extended operations. The psychological dimension of the conflict was equally important. The assassins had built their reputation on their ability to strike fear into their enemies through unpredictable and seemingly supernatural capabilities. The Mongols, however, had built their own reputation on their ability to destroy entire civilizations, and they were genuinely unconcerned about individual threats to their leadership. When assassin operatives attempted to infiltrate Mongol camps and eliminate key commanders, they discovered that the Mongols had developed countermeasures that were both effective and characteristically brutal. Mongol security procedures were based on collective responsibility and mutual surveillance systems that made infiltration extremely difficult. More importantly, the Mongols had a simple response to assassination attempts. They would execute not just suspected infiltrators, but entire communities that might have harbored them. This approach to counterterrorism was psychologically devastating for the assassins. Their entire operational philosophy was based on the assumption that they could influence enemy behavior through carefully targeted violence that minimized collateral damage. The Mongols responded to assassin operations with indiscriminate retaliation that made the original assassination attempts seem counterproductive. The assassins also discovered that their traditional methods of psychological warfare were largely ineffective against Mongol commanders. The fear of death that had paralyzed so many medieval rulers had little impact on leaders who had built their careers on the assumption that violent death was the most likely outcome of their profession. Mongol generals who had survived decades of steppe warfare were not easily intimidated by threats from mountain-dwelling religious extremists. Perhaps most importantly, the Mongols possessed something that no previous enemy of the assassins had demonstrated: the strategic patience and logistical capability necessary to systematically eliminate the entire assassin network. Previous enemies had been content to neutralize immediate threats or negotiate temporary accommodations. The Mongols viewed the assassins as a problem that required a permanent solution. The systematic destruction of the assassin network began in earnest in 1256, when Hulagu Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson, was given specific instructions to eliminate the organization entirely. This wasn't a casual military objective or a secondary priority. It was a strategic goal that had been identified at the highest levels of the Mongol Empire as necessary for the long-term stability of their Persian territories. Hulug's approach to the assassin problem demonstrated the Mongol genius for combining overwhelming force with sophisticated intelligence gathering and psychological warfare. He began by systematically mapping the entire assassin network, using a combination of captured documents, interrogated prisoners, and intelligence provided by the organization's many enemies. The Mongols wanted to understand not just where the assassin strongholds were located, but how the organization functioned as a system. The siege of Alamat itself, which began in 1256, was a masterpiece of medieval siege warfare that demonstrated just how far military technology and techniques had advanced since the fortress was first established. The Mongols brought siege engines that could reach targets that had previously been considered safe from artillery attack. They employed mining techniques that could undermine fortifications built on solid rock. Most importantly, they had the logistical capability to maintain a siege indefinitely, regardless of weather conditions or seasonal considerations. The psychological pressure on the defenders of Alamat was immense. They could see the systematic destruction of their entire network unfolding around them, as Mongol forces simultaneously besieged multiple assassin strongholds throughout the region. The organization that had once seemed capable of influencing events across continents was being methodically dismantled by an enemy that possessed both the military capability and the strategic vision necessary to eliminate them entirely. The final surrender of Alamot in November 1256 marked the end of the assassins as an organized political and military force. The last Grand Master of the organization, Rukht al-Din Korshar, negotiated a surrender that he hoped would preserve at least some remnant of the assassin network. But the Mongols had no interest in partial solutions. They systematically executed the leadership, destroyed the fortifications, and scattered the surviving members of the organization. The destruction of the assassin network by the Mongols represented more than just another military victory in the long history of medieval warfare. It demonstrated that even the most sophisticated and adaptable organizations could be eliminated by enemies who possessed sufficient resources and determination. The assassins had survived for over a century and a half by adapting to changing political conditions and exploiting the weaknesses of their enemies. But they had finally encountered an opponent who was immune to their traditional methods and capable of mounting a sustained campaign of total destruction. The Mongol conquest of the assassin territories also marked the end of an era in medieval politics. The assassins had represented a form of power that was based on influence rather than territorial control, on reputation rather than military strength, and on the careful application of violence rather than overwhelming force. Their destruction by the Mongols demonstrated that in the final analysis, conventional military power, when properly applied, could overcome even the most sophisticated forms of asymmetric warfare. The irony of the assassins' destruction was that they were eliminated not by the corrupt rulers they had spent centuries opposing, but by conquerors who shared many of their own characteristics. They were outsiders to the established political order. They were willing to use extreme violence to achieve their goals, and they possessed an absolute conviction in the righteousness of their cause. The Mongols had proven that when it came to ruthless efficiency and strategic vision, they could out-assassin the assassins themselves. The year 1256 dawned with an ominous stillness over the Alborz Mountains. For the first time in over a century and a half, the Eagle's Nest of Alamat found itself truly isolated, cut off from the network that had once stretched across continents. The fortress that Hassanai Seba had transformed into the beating heart of a shadow empire was about to become a tomb for the dreams and ambitions of one of history's most enigmatic organizations. Rukht al-Din Korshar, the 27th and final Grand Master of the Assassins, stood on the walls of Alamot and surveyed a landscape that had been fundamentally transformed by Mongol efficiency. Where once there had been a network of allied fortresses, supply routes, and safe houses, there was now only smoking ruins and the methodical advance of Hulagu Khan's siege engines. The systematic destruction of the assassin network had been so thorough that historians would later struggle to piece together exactly how extensive the organization had been at its peak. The siege of Alamat was unlike anything the fortress had experienced in its long history. Previous enemies had attempted to starve out the defenders or had launched desperate assaults against the seemingly impregnable walls. The Mongols, however, had brought something entirely different. The patient application of overwhelming technological superiority combined with a complete indifference to the time and resources required to achieve total victory. Hulog's engineers had spent months studying the fortress's defenses, identifying weaknesses that previous besiegers had either missed or lacked the capability to exploit. They had brought siege engines specifically designed to reach targets at Alamat's elevation, including counterweight trebuchets that could hurl stones with devastating accuracy across distances that had previously provided safety. More ominously, they had begun mining operations that threatened to undermine the very foundations upon which the fortress stood. The psychological pressure on the defenders was perhaps even more devastating than the physical siege. The assassins had built their entire identity around their ability to influence events through careful planning and strategic patience. They were accustomed to being the hunters, not the hunted, and the experience of being systematically cornered by an enemy who seemed immune to their traditional methods was profoundly disorienting. Inside Alamat, the final generation of assassins faced a crisis that went beyond mere military defeat. Their entire worldview was based on the assumption that their cause was divinely ordained, and that their methods were ultimately superior to those of their enemies. The systematic destruction of their network by the Mongols challenged these fundamental beliefs in ways that were perhaps more damaging than any physical assault. The fortress's famous library, which had once contained one of the most extensive collections of Ismaili, religious and philosophical texts in the world, became a particular focus of both defenders and attackers. For the assassins, these books represented the intellectual foundation of their movement, the accumulated wisdom that justified their methods and sustained their faith. For the Mongols, the library represented the ideological core of an organization they were determined to eliminate entirely. Rukin al-Din Korshar found himself in an impossible position. As the hereditary leader of the assassins, he was expected to maintain the organization's traditions of resistance and sacrifice. But as a practical ruler responsible for the lives of his followers, he could see that continued resistance would only result in the complete annihilation of everyone in the fortress. The choice he faced was between martyrdom and surrender, between preserving the assassin legend and preserving assassin lives. The negotiations that preceded Alamat's surrender revealed the fundamental differences between Mongol and assassin approaches to politics and warfare. The assassins were accustomed to complex diplomatic arrangements that preserved FAs for all parties while achieving practical objectives. They expected negotiations to involve subtle compromises, face-saving measures, and agreements that left room for future maneuvering. The Mongols, however, had a much simpler approach to diplomacy: complete submission or total destruction. Hulagu Khan was willing to accept Rukin al-Din's surrender, but only on terms that would eliminate the assassin organization as a political and military force. There would be no negotiated settlement that preserved assassin autonomy, no agreement that allowed the organization to continue operating under Mongol oversight, and no compromise that left room for future assassin resistance. The final surrender of Alamat on November 19th, 1256, was a carefully choreographed affair that demonstrated Mongol understanding of the psychological dimensions of conquest. Rukin al-Din was required to personally order the surrender of all remaining assassin strongholds, effectively using his authority as Grand Master to dismantle the organization he had inherited. The symbolism was unmistakable. The assassins were not being destroyed by external force alone, but were being compelled to participate in their own elimination. The systematic destruction of Alamat's defenses that followed the surrender was equally symbolic. The Mongols didn't simply occupy the fortress. They methodically dismantled the fortifications that had protected the assassin leadership for over a century and a half. The walls that had seemed impregnable were reduced to rubble. The towers that had dominated the surrounding valleys were toppled, and the underground chambers that had housed the organization's secrets were filled with stone and earth. Perhaps most tragically, the destruction of Alamot's library represented the loss of an irreplaceable intellectual heritage. The Mongols, who were generally pragmatic about preserving useful knowledge and skilled personnel, showed no interest in maintaining the philosophical and religious texts that had sustained assassin ideology. The books that had taken generations to collect and copy were systematically burned, eliminating not just the practical knowledge of assassin methods, but the intellectual framework that had made those methods seem justified and necessary. The fate of the individual assassins who survived the fall of Alamut varied considerably. Some were executed immediately as irreconcilable enemies of Mongol rule. Others were incorporated into Mongol military units, where their skills in intelligence gathering and unconventional warfare could be put to use in service of their former enemies. A few managed to escape and disappear into the general population, carrying with them fragments of assassin knowledge and tradition that would survive in various forms for centuries to come. Rukn al-Din, Korsha himself, met an end that was both predictable and pathetic. After serving briefly as a puppet ruler under Mongol oversight, he was executed in 1257, officially for plotting rebellion, but more likely because the Mongols had no further use for him. His death marked the formal end of the assassin leadership structure that had begun with Hassanai Sibuz's seizure of Alamat nearly 2 centuries earlier. The destruction of the assassin organization had implications that extended far beyond the immediate military and political consequences. The assassins had represented a form of power that was based on ideas rather than territory, on reputation rather than resources, and on the ability to influence events through carefully applied pressure rather than overwhelming force. Their elimination by the Mongols demonstrated that even the most sophisticated forms of asymmetric warfare could be overcome by enemies who possessed sufficient conventional military capability and the determination to use it systematically. The fall of Alamot also marked the end of an era in Islamic political development. The assassins had emerged during a period of fragmentation and weakness in the Islamic world, when traditional authorities were unable to provide effective leadership or defense against external threats. Their destruction by the Mongols was part of a broader process of political consolidation that would reshape the entire Middle East and Central Asia. Perhaps most significantly, the elimination of the assassin network demonstrated the limitations of organizations that relied primarily on secrecy and intimidation for their effectiveness. The assassins had been remarkably successful as long as they faced enemies who were constrained by conventional, political, and military thinking. When they encountered an opponent who was willing and able to wage total war against them, their traditional advantages became irrelevant. The Mongol conquest of the assassin territories also revealed the extent to which the organization had become dependent on its reputation rather than its actual capabilities. By the time of the final siege, the assassins probably possessed only a fraction of the resources and personnel that their enemies attributed to them. Their network had been gradually weakened by decades of conflict and attrition, but their reputation for supernatural effectiveness had disguised this decline from both their enemies and themselves. The irony of the assassins' destruction was that they were eliminated not by the corrupt rulers they had spent centuries opposing, but by conquerors who shared many of their own characteristics. The Mongols were also outsiders to the established political order. They were also willing to use extreme violence to achieve their goals, and they also possessed an absolute conviction in the righteousness of their cause. In many ways, the Mongols had simply proven to be better assassins than the assassins themselves. The fall of Alamat marked the end of one of the most fascinating experiments in political organization in human history. For over a century and a half, the assassins had demonstrated that a small, highly motivated organization could influence events on a global scale through the careful application of violence and psychological warfare. Their destruction by the Mongols proved that such organizations, no matter how sophisticated or effective, remained vulnerable to enemies who possessed both the resources and the determination necessary to eliminate them entirely. The silence that settled over the ruins of Alamat in the winter of 1256 was more than just the quiet of a conquered fortress. It was the silence of a dream that had died, of an experiment that had failed, and of a form of power that had proven to be less permanent than its creators had believed. The age of the assassins was over, but their legend was just beginning. The destruction of Alamat should have been the end of the story. The Mongols had systematically eliminated the assassin network, executed its leadership, and destroyed its physical infrastructure with a thoroughness that would have impressed modern counter-terrorism experts. By any reasonable measure, the organization that Hassan-I Sabah had created should have vanished into the dustbin of history, remembered only as a footnote in the larger story of Mongol conquest. Instead, something far more interesting happened. The assassins began their second life as a legend, and in many ways, this posthumous existence would prove to be more influential and enduring than their actual historical presence. The organization that had spent centuries operating in the shadows would achieve its greatest impact on human consciousness after it no longer existed as a functioning entity. The transformation of the assassins from historical reality to mythological archetype began almost immediately after their destruction. The very completeness of the Mongol victory created a vacuum of reliable information that was quickly filled by speculation, rumor, and deliberate fabrication. Without access to assassin records or surviving members who could provide authoritative accounts, chroniclers and storytellers were free to imagine whatever capabilities and characteristics seemed most dramatic or politically useful. The process was accelerated by the fact that the assassins had always been more legend than reality in the minds of most people who encountered them. Even during their active period, the organization's reputation had been based more on carefully cultivated mythology than on verifiable facts. Most people knew the assassins through stories rather than direct experience, and these stories had a tendency to grow more elaborate and supernatural with each retelling. The Crusader Chronicles played a particularly important role in shaping the assassin legend for European audiences. Knights and nobles returning from the Holy Land brought with them tales of the mysterious old man of the mountain and his fanatically devoted followers. These stories were filtered through European cultural assumptions and religious prejudices, creating a version of assassin history that was often more revealing of Crusader fears and fantasies than of actual assassin practices. The famous account by Marco Polo, written in the late 13th century, exemplified this process of mythological elaboration. Polo's description of the assassin training methods, including the supposed Garden of Paradise and the use of drugs to create artificial religious experiences, became one of the most widely circulated and influential versions of the assassin story. Whether Polo actually visited assassin territories or simply repeated stories he had heard from other travelers, his account established many of the elements that would define the assassin legend for centuries to come. The European fascination with the assassins reflected deeper anxieties about the nature of religious devotion, political authority, and the relationship between faith and violence. In an age when European Christianity was grappling with its own traditions of religious warfare and political assassination, the assassins provided a convenient example of how religious extremism could be taken to dangerous lengths. They became a cautionary tale about the dangers of absolute faith and unquestioning obedience to religious authority. But the assassin legend also contained elements that were deeply attractive to European audiences. The idea of a secret organization that could influence world events from behind the scenes appealed to people who felt powerless in the face of political and social forces they couldn't understand or control. The assassins represented the fantasy that small groups of dedicated individuals could change the course of history through superior knowledge, careful planning, and absolute commitment to their cause. This dual nature of the assassin legend, simultaneously terrifying and appealing, would prove to be one of its most enduring characteristics. The organization became a template for thinking about secret societies, conspiracy theories, and the hidden forces that supposedly shaped political events. Every subsequent generation would find new ways to interpret and apply the assassin model to their own fears and fantasies about power and secrecy. The influence of the assassin legend on European literature and culture was profound and lasting. From medieval romances to Renaissance political treatises to Enlightenment philosophical works, writers and thinkers repeatedly returned to the assassin story as a way of exploring questions about authority, obedience, and the limits of acceptable political action. The organization became a standard reference point for discussions about the relationship between ends and means in political life. The Romantic movement of the 18th and 19th centuries was particularly drawn to the assassin story, finding in it themes of exotic mystery, religious passion, and heroic sacrifice that appealed to romantic sensibilities. Writers like Lord Byron and Samuel Taylor Coleridge incorporated assassin imagery and themes into their works, helping to establish the organization as a permanent fixture in the European literary imagination. Perhaps more significantly, the assassin legend began to influence actual political organizations and movements. Secret societies throughout Europe and the Americas adopted elements of the supposed assassin model, creating initiation rituals, hierarchical structures, and codes of absolute loyalty that were inspired by popular accounts of Hassan I Sebar's methods. The line between historical fact and literary fiction became increasingly blurred as real organizations tried to recreate imaginary versions of assassin practices. The French Revolution and its aftermath saw a particular flowering of assassin-inspired political movements. Revolutionary groups throughout Europe adopted the language and imagery of the assassin legend, portraying themselves as dedicated bands of true believers, fighting against corrupt and illegitimate authority. The idea that small groups of committed individuals could overthrow established governments through carefully planned acts of violence became a central theme in revolutionary ideology. The 19th century also saw the emergence of what we might recognize as modern terrorism, and many of these early terrorist organizations explicitly drew inspiration from the assassin model. The Russian nihilists, the Irish Republican Brotherhood, and various anarchist groups all adopted elements of the supposed assassin approach to political violence, including the use of assassination as a tool of political change and the cultivation of martyrdom as a motivating ideology. The influence of the assassin legend on modern intelligence agencies and special operations forces is equally significant, though often less openly acknowledged. The idea of highly trained operatives who could blend into any environment, gather intelligence through careful observation and infiltration, and eliminate specific targets with surgical precision became a standard template for thinking about covert operations. Many of the techniques and organizational principles that intelligence agencies developed during the 20th century bore striking resemblances to popular accounts of assassin methods. The Cold War period saw a particular revival of interest in the assassin model, as both sides in the ideological conflict sought to understand and counter the threat posed by small groups of highly motivated operatives. The fear of sleeper agents, the development of counterintelligence techniques, and the creation of special forces units all reflected lessons that intelligence professionals believed they had learned from studying the assassin example. Perhaps most disturbing of all, the assassin legend has provided inspiration and justification for modern terrorist organizations. Groups ranging from 19th century anarchists to 21st century religious extremists have drawn on the assassin story to legitimize their own use of political violence. The idea that small groups of true believers can change the course of history through carefully planned acts of terrorism has become a central theme in extremist ideology across the political and religious spectrum. The irony of this modern influence is that it is based largely on myths and misconceptions about what the historical assassins actually did and believed. The real organization was far more pragmatic and politically sophisticated than the fanatical death cult of popular imagination. The historical assassins were primarily concerned with advancing specific political and religious goals within the context of medieval Islamic politics, not with promoting terrorism as an abstract principle or method. But historical accuracy has proven to be less important than mythological power in determining the assassin legacy. The organization's influence on modern consciousness has been based not on what they actually were, but on what people have imagined them to be. The assassin legend has become a kind of cultural virus, reproducing itself through successive generations of writers, political theorists, and revolutionary movements, each of which has added new elements while preserving the core themes of secrecy, dedication, and the power of small groups to influence large events. The persistence and adaptability of the assassin legend reveals something important about human psychology and political imagination. The story of Hassanai Seba and his followers appeals to fundamental human desires for agency, meaning, and the ability to influence events that seem beyond individual control. In an increasingly complex and interconnected world, the fantasy of the secret organization that can cut through political complexity with decisive action remains as appealing. Today as it was to medieval chroniclers, the assassins achieved something that few historical organizations can claim. They became immortal through the power of human imagination. Long after their physical destruction, they continue to shape how people think about power, secrecy, and the relationship between individual action and historical change. In death, they achieved the kind of influence that had eluded them in life, becoming not just a historical curiosity, but a permanent part of human consciousness. The ghosts of Alamat continue to haunt the modern world, not as supernatural entities, but as ideas that refuse to die. Every conspiracy theory, every secret society, every terrorist organization that claims to be fighting for a higher cause carries within it some echo of the assassin legend. The old man of the mountain may be long dead, but his shadow still falls across the landscape of human political imagination. Of all the myths that have grown around the assassins like ivy on a crumbling wall, none has proven more persistent or more problematic than the story of hashish. According to this tale, which has been repeated in countless books, articles, and documentaries, Hassanai Seba drugged his recruits with hashish to give them visions of paradise, creating a generation of addicted killers who would do anything to return to their drug-induced heaven. It's a compelling story, combining exotic drugs, religious manipulation, and psychological control in a package that seems to explain everything about assassin motivation and methods. There's just one problem with this explanation. It's almost certainly complete nonsense. The hashish theory appears to have originated with medieval European chroniclers who were trying to make sense of something that challenged their understanding of human motivation. How could ordinary men be transformed into fearless killers who welcomed death as eagerly as most people welcomed life? The idea that such behavior could only be explained by drug addiction provided a comforting explanation that preserved European assumptions about rational self-interest while accounting for seemingly irrational assassin behavior. The linguistic argument for the hashish connection seems compelling at first glance. The word assassin is often claimed to derive from hashishin, meaning users of hashish in Arabic. This etymology has been repeated so often that it has achieved the status of accepted fact in popular culture. Unfortunately, like many seemingly obvious explanations, it's probably wrong. Modern linguistic scholarship suggests that the connection between assassin and hashish is more likely a case of convergent evolution than direct derivation. The Arabic word assos means foundation or base, and assassin may derive from this root, rather than from any drug-related term. The assassins called themselves Assassian, meaning people of the foundation, referring to their role as guardians of the true foundation of Islamic faith. The transformation of Assassian into Hashishin appears to have been the work of the organization's enemies, who found it politically useful to portray the assassins as drug-addled fanatics rather than religiously motivated opponents. Calling someone a hashish user in medieval Islamic society was roughly equivalent to calling them a degenerate drug addict in modern Western society. It was a way of delegitimizing their political and religious claims by suggesting that their behavior was the result of chemical impairment rather than genuine conviction. The European adoption and elaboration of the hashish myth reveals more about crusader psychology than about assassin practices. European knights were trained to understand courage and military effectiveness in terms of honor, duty, and rational calculation of risks and benefits. The idea that men could fight with supernatural fearlessness for purely religious reasons was deeply disturbing to people whose own religious traditions emphasized the importance of preserving life and avoiding unnecessary risks. The drug explanation provided a way of reconciling assassin behavior with European assumptions about human nature. If the assassins were acting under the influence of mind-altering substances, then their apparent fearlessness could be dismissed as chemical delusion rather than genuine religious conviction. This interpretation preserved European beliefs about the superiority of their own rational approach to warfare, while explaining away evidence that contradicted those beliefs. The elaboration of the hashish myth in later European accounts reveals the process by which historical facts become transformed into literary fiction. Each retelling added new details and embellishments, creating an increasingly elaborate story that bore less and less resemblance to any historical reality. Marco Polo's account, written decades after the destruction of the assassin organization, included detailed descriptions of drug-induced paradise experiences that read more like fantasy literature than historical reporting. The persistence of the hashish myth into the modern era reflects the continued appeal of chemical explanations for behavior that seems to challenge rational self. From the berserkers of medieval Scandinavia to the kamikaze pilots of World War II, observers have repeatedly sought to explain seemingly irrational military behavior through references to drugs, alcohol, or other forms of chemical enhancement. The idea that extreme courage or dedication must be artificially induced preserves comfortable assumptions about normal human psychology while providing simple explanations for complex phenomena. But the hashish myth is just one example of the broader pattern of mythologization that has surrounded the assassins since their destruction. The organization has become a kind of historical Rorschach test, with each generation projecting its own fears and fantasies onto the assassin story. Medieval Christians saw them as examples of Islamic fanaticism. Enlightenment philosophers used them to critique religious authority. Romantic writers found in them themes of exotic mystery and passionate devotion, and modern observers have interpreted them through the lens of terrorism and insurgency. The myth of the assassin paradise garden is another example of how historical speculation has hardened into accepted fact through repetition. The idea that Hassan I Seber created an elaborate artificial paradise to motivate his followers has become so embedded in popular culture that it's difficult to imagine the assassin story without it. Yet there is virtually no contemporary evidence for the existence of such a garden, and the accounts that describe it were written by people who had never visited Alamat and were working from second-hand or third-hand sources. The Paradise Garden story appears to have originated as an attempt to explain assassin motivation in terms that medieval audiences could understand. The idea that young men would sacrifice their lives for the promise of eternal paradise was familiar to both Christian and Islamic audiences, but the notion that they could be given a preview of that paradise through earthly means was more exotic and dramatic. The garden story provided a concrete, visual explanation for abstract religious concepts, making the assassin phenomenon more comprehensible to people who had never encountered anything like it. The transformation of this speculative explanation into historical fact illustrates the power of narrative to shape understanding of the past. Once the Paradise Garden became part of the standard assassin story, it began to influence how historians and other observers interpreted evidence about the organization. Details that might have been understood in other ways were reinterpreted to fit the established narrative, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of mythologization. The myth of assassin invincibility is perhaps the most persistent and problematic of all the fabrications that have grown round the organization. Popular accounts often portray the assassins as an unstoppable force that could eliminate any target, regardless of security measures or precautions. This reputation for supernatural effectiveness has become so embedded in the assassin legend that it's difficult to separate from historical reality. The truth is that the assassins failed far more often than they succeeded. For every spectacular assassination that made it into the historical record, there were probably dozens of failed attempts, compromised operations, and operatives who were captured or killed before they could reach their targets. The organization's reputation was based on their most successful operations, not on their overall success rate, which was probably no better than that of any other intelligence organization operating under similar constraints. The myth of assassins' supernatural dedication is equally problematic. While it's true that assassin operatives often showed remarkable courage and commitment, this behavior was not unique to their organization. Throughout history, religious and political movements have produced individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for their beliefs. The assassins were unusual not because they created such individuals, but because they systematized the process and used it as a tool of political warfare. The persistence of these myths reveals something important about how historical memory works. Once a story becomes embedded in popular culture, it becomes extremely difficult to dislodge, even when scholarly research reveals it to be inaccurate. The mythical version of the assassin story is more dramatic, more psychologically satisfying, and more useful for various political and literary purposes than the historical reality. As a result, the myths continue to flourish, while the facts remain buried in academic journals and specialized historical studies. The process of separating assassin fact from fiction is complicated by the organization's own use of mythology as a tool of psychological warfare. The assassins deliberately cultivated an aura of mystery and supernatural capability, understanding that reputation could be more powerful than reality in influencing enemy behavior. They encouraged the spread of stories about their methods and capabilities, even when those stories were exaggerated or completely false, because such stories served their strategic interests. This deliberate mythologization makes it extremely difficult for modern historians to determine what the assassins actually did versus what they wanted people to think they did. The organization's own propaganda has become so entangled with the accounts of their enemies and the speculations of later chroniclers that separating authentic historical information from deliberate or accidental fabrication requires the kind of detective work that would challenge a forensic accountant. The irony of the assassin legacy is that the organization's greatest success may have been in creating a mythology that outlasted their actual existence. The myths and fabrications that have grown around the assassins have proven more influential and enduring than any of their actual historical achievements. In death, they achieved the kind of immortality that had eluded them in life, becoming not just a historical curiosity but a permanent part of human imagination. The challenge for anyone trying to understand the historical assassins is to look past the accumulated layers of myth and speculation to find the human reality underneath. Stripped of their supernatural reputation and exotic practices, the assassins emerge as a remarkably sophisticated political organization that used innovative methods to achieve specific goals. Within the context of medieval Islamic politics, they were neither the drug-addled fanatics of popular imagination nor the invincible superagents of modern fiction, but something far more interesting, intelligent, dedicated people who developed new approaches to old problems and left a legacy that continues to influence human consciousness centuries after their destruction. Behind the sensational stories of daggers in the dark and drug-induced paradise, visions lay a sophisticated theological and philosophical system that most observers have either ignored or fundamentally misunderstood. The assassins weren't simply a collection of religiously motivated killers. They were the inheritors and developers of a complex intellectual tradition that challenged some of the most fundamental assumptions of medieval Islamic thought. Understanding what they actually believed requires peeling back centuries of myth and propaganda to reveal a worldview that was both deeply spiritual and remarkably practical. The theological foundation of the assassin movement was Ismaili Shia Islam, a branch of Islamic thought that had developed its own distinctive approaches to questions of religious authority, scriptural interpretation, and the nature of divine truth. Unlike Sunni Islam, which emphasized the importance of consensus and established tradition, or mainstream Shia Islam, which focused on the authority of specific descendants of the Prophet Muhammad, Ismaili doctrine incorporated elements that would have seemed almost heretical to orthodox believers. Central to Ismaili belief was the concept of the hidden imam, a divinely guided leader who possessed special knowledge of religious truth and served as the ultimate authority for the faithful. This imam wasn't just a political or religious leader in the conventional sense. He was understood to be a direct conduit for divine revelation, capable of providing authoritative interpretations of religious law and doctrine that superseded the opinions of conventional scholars. For the assassins, Hassan I-Sabah and his successors weren't simply military commanders or political leaders. They were representatives of this hidden imam, endowed with special authority to interpret religious truth and guide the faithful. This belief provided the theological justification for the absolute obedience that assassin operatives showed to their leaders. They weren't following human commanders. They were obeying divine authority as transmitted through its earthly representatives. The Ismaili approach to scriptural interpretation was equally radical by medieval standards. While orthodox Islamic scholars emphasized the literal meaning of religious texts and the importance of established precedent, Ismaili thinkers developed sophisticated methods of allegorical and symbolic interpretation that revealed hidden meanings beneath the surface of religious law and doctrine. This approach, known as Twil, allowed for a much more flexible and adaptive understanding of religious truth than was possible within orthodox frameworks. For the assassins, this interpretive flexibility was crucial to their ability to operate in the complex political environment of the medieval Middle East. They could justify actions that might seem to violate conventional religious law by appealing to hidden meanings and higher purposes that were invisible to ordinary believers. The killing of fellow Muslims, for example, could be justified as the elimination of false leaders who were preventing the establishment of true Islamic government. The assassin understanding of religious truth was also influenced by Neoplatonic philosophy, which had been transmitted to the Islamic world through translations of Greek philosophical texts. This philosophical tradition emphasized the existence of multiple levels of reality, with material existence representing only the lowest and most illusory level of a cosmic hierarchy that extended upward through increasingly spiritual realms to ultimate divine unity. This philosophical framework provided the assassins with a sophisticated understanding of the relationship between appearance and reality, between the visible world of politics and warfare and the invisible world of spiritual truth. From this perspective, their political activities weren't simply practical responses to immediate circumstances. They were part of a cosmic struggle between truth and falsehood, light and darkness, that was being played out on multiple levels of reality simultaneously. The assassin approach to religious education reflected these complex theological and philosophical commitments. Unlike orthodox Islamic education, which emphasized memorization of established texts and conformity to accepted interpretations, assassin training involved a gradual initiation into increasingly esoteric levels of knowledge. Students progressed through a series of stages, each of which revealed new aspects of religious truth, while building on the foundations established in previous levels. This educational system, known as the dawah or call, was designed to transform not just the intellectual understanding but the entire personality of the student. The goal wasn't simply to transmit information, but to create individuals who could perceive reality from an entirely different perspective than that of ordinary believers. This transformation was understood to be both intellectual and spiritual, involving changes in consciousness that went far beyond mere learning. The psychological sophistication of this educational approach was remarkable for its time. The assassins understood that creating effective operatives required more than just military training or ideological indoctrination. It required a fundamental reconstruction of the individual's relationship to life, death, and ultimate meaning. Students had to be prepared not just to kill for their cause, but to die for it. And this preparation involved addressing the deepest levels of human psychology and spirituality. The assassin understanding of martyrdom was particularly sophisticated and differed significantly from the crude death cult imagery that has dominated popular accounts of the organization. For the assassins, death in service to the cause wasn't simply a ticket to paradise or an escape from worldly suffering. It was the ultimate expression of spiritual realization and the final stage in a process of consciousness transformation that had begun with initial recruitment. This understanding was grounded in the Ismaili concept of spiritual resurrection, the idea that true believers could achieve a form of spiritual rebirth that transcended ordinary human consciousness. From this perspective, physical death was relatively unimportant compared to the spiritual transformation that preceded it. Assassin operatives who died in the course of their missions weren't losing their lives. They were completing a process of spiritual evolution that had been the real purpose of their training all along. The practical implications of these beliefs were profound. Assassin operatives weren't motivated primarily by promises of material reward or threats of punishment, but by a genuine conviction that their actions were part of a cosmic process of spiritual transformation. This conviction provided a level of motivation and dedication that was probably impossible to achieve through conventional means of military discipline or political indoctrination. The assassin approach to political action was also shaped by their distinctive understanding of time and history. Unlike orthodox Islamic thought, which tended to view history as a process of gradual decline from an original golden age, Ismaili doctrine incorporated a more dynamic understanding of historical development. History was seen as a cyclical process in which periods of spiritual darkness alternated with periods of enlightenment, and the assassins understood themselves to be agents of an approaching age of spiritual renewal. This historical perspective provided the theological justification for the assassins' willingness to challenge established authority and conventional religious opinion. They weren't simply rebels or revolutionaries in the modern sense. They were agents of divine will working to prepare the way for a new age of spiritual and political enlightenment. Their attacks on corrupt rulers and false religious leaders weren't acts of terrorism but necessary steps in a cosmic process of purification and renewal. The assassin understanding of secrecy was equally sophisticated and went far beyond simple operational security. For the assassins, secrecy wasn't just a practical necessity imposed by hostile political circumstances. It was a fundamental aspect of spiritual truth itself. The most important religious knowledge was understood to be esoteric by nature, accessible only to those who had undergone the proper preparation and initiation. This understanding of esoteric knowledge provided the theological foundation for the assassins' cellular organizational structure and their emphasis on compartmentalized information. Different levels of the organization had access to different levels of truth. with the most sensitive knowledge reserved for those who had demonstrated their readiness to receive it. This wasn't simply a matter of operational security. It was a reflection of the organization's understanding of how spiritual knowledge should be transmitted and preserved. The assassin approach to religious law was equally radical and reflected their broader commitment to esoteric interpretation and spiritual transformation. While orthodox Islamic scholars emphasize the importance of following established legal precedents and maintaining consistency with accepted interpretations, the assassins developed a more flexible approach that emphasized the spirit rather than the letter of religious law. This flexibility allowed the assassins to adapt their behavior to changing circumstances while maintaining their commitment to fundamental spiritual principles. Actions that might seem to violate conventional religious law could be justified by appealing to higher spiritual purposes that transcended ordinary legal categories. This approach provided the theological foundation for many of the assassins' most controversial practices, including their willingness to kill fellow Muslims and their use of deception and infiltration. The intellectual sophistication of assassin doctrine challenges many of the stereotypes that have dominated popular understanding of the organization. Far from being simple fanatics or drug-addled killers, the assassins were the inheritors and developers of one of the most sophisticated theological and philosophical traditions in the medieval world. Their actions, however controversial, were grounded in a complex understanding of spiritual truth and cosmic purpose that provided meaning and justification for even their most extreme practices. Understanding what the assassins actually believed doesn't excuse or justify their actions, but it does help explain how intelligent, educated individuals could commit themselves so completely to a cause that required them to kill and die for abstract theological principles. The assassin worldview provided a framework of meaning that made such sacrifices seem not just acceptable but necessary for the achievement of ultimate spiritual and political goals. The tragedy of the assassin legacy is that this sophisticated intellectual tradition has been almost completely obscured by sensational stories and political propaganda. The organization's genuine contributions to Islamic thought and political theory have been forgotten, while their reputation as mysterious killers has been preserved and embellished. In losing sight of what the assassins actually believed, we have lost an important chapter in the history of human ideas and the ongoing struggle to understand the relationship between spiritual conviction and political action. In the countless retellings of the assassin saga, from medieval chronicles to modern documentaries, one element has been consistently overlooked or deliberately obscured: the role of women within the organization. The traditional narrative presents the assassins as an exclusively male brotherhood, a collection of warrior monks whose dedication to their cause precluded normal family relationships or feminine influence. This portrayal is not just incomplete, it's fundamentally misleading about how the organization actually functioned and sustained itself over nearly 2 centuries. The erasure of women from the assassin story reflects the broader patterns of medieval historical writing, where female agency was systematically minimized or ignored entirely. Male chroniclers, writing for male audiences within patriarchal societies, had little interest in documenting the contributions of women to political and military organizations. When women appeared in these accounts at all, it was typically as passive victims, seductive temptresses, or exotic curiosities, rather than as active participants in historical events. But the practical realities of maintaining a complex, multi-generational organization like the assassins would have made the exclusion of women impossible. The network of fortresses, safe houses, and training facilities that supported assassin operations required extensive logistical support, including food preparation, textile production, medical care, and the countless other tasks necessary to sustain communities under siege conditions. These activities were typically performed by women in medieval Islamic society, And there's no reason to believe the assassins were any different. More significantly, the assassin emphasis on long-term infiltration and intelligence gathering would have created numerous opportunities for female operatives that male agents simply couldn't exploit. In the gender-segregated societies of the medieval Middle East, women had access to spaces and information that were completely closed to men. The women's quarters of palaces, the private chambers of rulers, wives and daughters, and the informal networks of communication that connected households throughout the Islamic world were all potential sources of intelligence that could only be accessed through female agents. The evidence for female participation in assassin operations is fragmentary but suggestive. Contemporary accounts occasionally mention women in connection with assassin activities, though these references are often cryptic or embedded in larger narratives that focus on male protagonists. A careful reading of these sources reveals hints of a parallel female organization that operated alongside and in support of the more visible male hierarchy. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence comes from the account of a failed assassination attempt against Saladin in 1176. According to this story, the plot was discovered when a female servant in Saladin's household was found to be carrying messages between assassin operatives. The woman was reportedly tortured and executed, but not before revealing information about a network of female agents operating throughout Saladin's territories. This account is significant not just because it documents female participation in assassin operations, but because it suggests a level of organization and coordination that would have required extensive training and preparation. The woman wasn't simply a casual informant or opportunistic collaborator. She was apparently part of a structured intelligence network that had been carefully positioned to gather information and facilitate operations against one of the most security-conscious rulers of the medieval world. The role of women in assassin recruitment and training is another area where the traditional narrative becomes problematic. The organization's emphasis on identifying and cultivating potential operatives from childhood would have required extensive involvement from women, who were typically responsible for the early education and socialization of children in medieval Islamic society. The psychological conditioning and ideological indoctrination that created effective assassin operatives couldn't have been accomplished without the participation of mothers, nurses, and female teachers who shaped the earliest experiences of future agents. The famous stories about the assassin paradise garden, while probably largely mythical, may contain echoes of actual training methods that involved female participants. If the assassins did use controlled environments and psychological manipulation to condition their operatives, such programs would almost certainly have required the participation of women who could play the roles of the houris and other female figures that featured prominently in Islamic descriptions of paradise. The economic dimensions of assassin operations also point to significant female involvement. The organization's ability to maintain extensive networks of safe houses, training facilities, and operational bases required sophisticated financial management and resource allocation. In medieval Islamic society, women often played crucial roles in managing household economies and commercial enterprises, and there's no reason to believe the assassins would have ignored this expertise. Some of the most successful assassin operations may have been carried out by female agents whose gender provided perfect camouflage for their activities. A woman approaching a male target would have been subject to different security protocols than a male operative, and the assumption that women were inherently less dangerous could have provided opportunities that male agents couldn't exploit. The medieval world's systematic underestimation of female capability may have been one of the assassins' most valuable operational assets. The evidence for female assassin operatives becomes more substantial when we examine the organization's activities. In regions where women had greater freedom of movement and social participation, in some parts of the Islamic world, particularly in areas influenced by pre-Islamic traditions or local customs that differed from orthodox Islamic practice. Women could move more freely in public spaces and participate more actively in commercial and social activities. The assassin fortress of Masyaf in Syria, for example, was located in a region where local customs allowed women greater autonomy than was typical in other parts of the Islamic world. Contemporary accounts of life in and around Masyaf occasionally mention women in contexts that suggest they were more than passive residents or servants. Some of these references hint at women who possessed specialized knowledge or skills that were valued by the assassin leadership. The destruction of the assassin organization by the Mongols may have disproportionately affected the historical record of female participation. The systematic elimination of assassin libraries and archives would have destroyed whatever written records existed of women's roles within the organization, since women's activities were less likely to be documented in official records or public chronicles. Their contributions would have been particularly vulnerable to this kind of historical erasure. The survival strategies employed by assassin remnants after the Mongol conquest may also have relied heavily on female networks. When the male hierarchy was eliminated and the visible organizational structure was destroyed, surviving members would have needed to blend into the general population and maintain their connections through informal channels. Women's social networks, which were typically less visible to political authorities, could have provided crucial support for these survival efforts. The influence of women on assassin ideology and religious practice is another area that deserves closer examination. The Ismaili tradition from which the assassins emerged had a more complex and nuanced understanding of gender roles than orthodox Islamic thought. Some Ismaili texts suggest that women could achieve the same levels of spiritual realization as men, and that the ultimate spiritual truth transcended conventional gender categories. This theological sophistication may have translated into more egalitarian practices within assassin communities than was typical in medieval Islamic society. If women were understood to be capable of the same spiritual achievements as men, it would have been logical to include them in the organization's educational and training programs. The assassin emphasis on esoteric knowledge and spiritual transformation may have created opportunities for female participation that didn't exist in more conventional religious organizations. The medical and healing traditions associated with medieval Islamic women may have been particularly valuable to the assassin organization. The knowledge of herbs, poisons, and healing techniques that women typically possessed could have been crucial for both operational and survival purposes. Female healers could have provided medical support for wounded operatives, developed the poisons used in assassination attempts, and maintained the health of assassin communities under siege conditions. The romantic relationships and family structures within assassin communities represent another dimension of female participation that has been largely ignored by traditional accounts. The organization's multi-generational character suggests that many assassin operatives married and had children, which would have required the full participation of women in maintaining the social fabric of assassin society. These women weren't just passive dependents. They were active participants in sustaining the communities that made assassin operations possible. The legacy of female participation in the assassin organization extends beyond the medieval period into the modern era. The techniques of infiltration, intelligence gathering, and psychological manipulation that the assassins pioneered have been adopted and adapted by numerous subsequent organizations, many of which have made extensive use of female operatives. The systematic exclusion of women from traditional accounts of assassin history has obscured important precedents for understanding how gender can be weaponized in intelligence and terrorist operations. The recovery of women's roles in assassin history requires a fundamental re-examination of the sources and assumptions that have shaped our understanding of the organization. Rather than accepting the male-centered narratives that have dominated historical accounts, we need to read between the lines, look for indirect evidence, and consider the practical realities that would have made female participation not just possible, but necessary. The women who participated in assassin operations may have been among the most sophisticated and capable female agents in medieval history, but their stories have been lost to the same historical processes that have obscured women's contributions to countless other political and military organizations. Recovering these stories isn't just a matter of historical accuracy, it's essential for understanding how the assassins actually functioned and why they were so effective for so long. The shadows that concealed assassin operations also concealed the women who made those operations possible. Until we acknowledge and investigate their contributions, our understanding of one of history's most fascinating organizations will remain fundamentally incomplete. While historians have spent centuries debating the religious motivations and psychological conditioning of the assassins, they have paid remarkably little attention to a more mundane but equally crucial question. How did the organization pay for its operations? Maintaining a network of fortresses, training facilities, and operatives across multiple continents for nearly 2 centuries required enormous financial resources. Yet the traditional accounts of assassin history treat their funding as if it materialized through divine intervention rather than careful economic planning. The reality is that the assassins were not just sophisticated practitioners of political violence, they were also remarkably successful entrepreneurs who developed innovative approaches to generating and managing wealth that would have impressed medieval merchants and modern venture capitalists alike. Their economic model was so effective that it sustained their operations through multiple political upheavals, military campaigns, and leadership transitions, providing the financial foundation that made their legendary reputation possible. The economic foundation of the assassin organization began with Hassan I Seba's acquisition of Alamut itself. Rather than simply seizing the fortress through military force, Hassan employed what amounted to an early form of hostile takeover, gradually converting the local population to his religious views, and then using their support to pressure the fortress's owner into selling. This approach established a pattern that would characterize assassin economic activities throughout their history: the use of religious and ideological influence to achieve practical financial objectives. Once established at Alamut, Hassan immediately set about transforming the fortress and its surrounding territories into a self-sufficient economic unit. The mountain valleys around Alamut were surprisingly fertile when properly managed, and Hassan invested heavily in agricultural improvements that increased crop yields and supported larger populations. These agricultural surpluses provided the food security necessary to withstand sieges, while also generating tradable commodities that could be exchanged for manufactured goods and military supplies. But agriculture was just the beginning of the assassin economic empire. The organization's strategic locations along major trade routes gave them opportunities to participate in the lucrative commerce that connected Europe, Asia, and Africa, rather than simply extorting tribute from passing merchants. As many mountain-based organizations did, the assassins developed more sophisticated approaches to commercial participation that generated sustainable revenue streams, while building valuable relationships with trading networks. The assassins established what amounted to an early form of commercial banking, providing financial services to merchants who needed to move money and goods across the dangerous and politically fragmented landscape of the medieval Middle East. They offered secure storage for valuable goods, reliable currency exchange services, and even primitive forms of credit and insurance. Merchants who might have been reluctant to trust conventional banks were often willing to do business with the assassins, whose reputation for keeping their word was as legendary as their skill with daggers. This banking operation was particularly valuable because it provided the assassins with detailed intelligence about commercial and political developments throughout their operational area. Merchants who used assassin financial services inevitably shared information about market conditions, political developments, and military movements that proved invaluable for planning operations. The organization had discovered that running a bank was an excellent cover for running an intelligence network. The assassins also developed sophisticated manufacturing operations that took advantage of their secure locations and skilled workforce. The fortress workshops at Alamat and other assassin strongholds produced high-quality textiles, metalwork, and other crafted goods that were highly valued in regional markets. These manufacturing operations served multiple purposes. They provided employment for the local population, generated revenue for the organization, and created legitimate cover identities for assassin operatives who needed to travel and operate in commercial environments. Perhaps most innovatively, the assassins pioneered what we might today recognize as an early form of venture capital investment. They identified promising commercial opportunities throughout their operational area and provided funding and expertise to help develop these ventures. In return, they received shares of the profits and often gained influence over the strategic direction of these businesses. This approach allowed them to multiply their economic impact while building networks of allies and informants throughout the commercial world. The pharmaceutical and chemical knowledge that the assassins possessed also proved to be economically valuable. Their expertise in preparing medicines, perfumes, and other chemical products created opportunities for profitable trade, relationships with customers who valued their technical skills. The same knowledge that allowed them to prepare poisons for assassination operations also enabled them to produce valuable medicines and cosmetics for commercial sale. The organization's approach to taxation and tribute collection was equally sophisticated. Rather than simply demanding payments from the populations under their control, the assassins developed more nuanced systems that encouraged economic development while generating revenue for their operations. They offered protection services to merchants and communities in exchange for regular payments, creating what amounted to an early form of private security contracting. The assassins also understood the importance of currency manipulation and monetary policy in ways that were remarkably advanced for their time. They maintained careful control over the money supply in their territories, ensuring that their own currency remained stable and valuable while taking advantage of fluctuations in the currencies of their neighbors. This monetary sophistication allowed them to profit from the economic instability that characterized much of the medieval Middle East. The organization's international reach created opportunities for arbitrage and cross-border trading that were unavailable to more localized organizations. Assassin operatives could identify price differences between distant markets and arrange profitable trading relationships that took advantage of these disparities. Their reputation for reliability and their ability to provide security for valuable shipments made them attractive partners for merchants engaged in long-distance trade. The assassins also developed what amounted to an early form of intellectual property licensing. Their expertise in military tactics, fortification design, and intelligence gathering was highly valued by other organizations, and they were able to generate revenue by providing consulting services and training programs to clients who were willing to pay for access to their specialized knowledge. This approach allowed them to monetize their expertise while building relationships with potential allies. The economic intelligence that the assassins gathered through their commercial activities proved to be as valuable as their political and military intelligence. Understanding economic trends, trade patterns, and financial relationships allowed them to predict political developments and identify opportunities for profitable intervention. They could anticipate which rulers were likely to face financial difficulties, which trade routes were becoming more or less important, and which commercial relationships were creating new political alliances. The organization's approach to risk management was equally sophisticated. They diversified their economic activities across multiple sectors and geographic regions, ensuring that problems in one area wouldn't threaten their overall financial stability. They maintained multiple revenue streams, from agriculture and manufacturing to banking and trading, so that the loss of any single source of income wouldn't cripple their operations. The assassins also understood the importance of maintaining financial reserves for unexpected opportunities and emergencies. They accumulated substantial treasure hoards that could be used to fund major operations, whether economic downturns or take advantage of sudden opportunities for expansion. These financial reserves provided the strategic flexibility that allowed them to adapt to changing circumstances and maintain their operations over extended periods. The economic model that the assassins developed was so successful that it continued to generate revenue even after the organization's military capabilities had been severely degraded. When the Mongol conquest eliminated their ability to conduct major military operations, the surviving assassin communities were often able to maintain themselves through their commercial activities and financial investments. The sophistication of assassin economic planning challenges many of the stereotypes that have dominated popular understanding of the organization. Far from being simple religious fanatics who relied on divine providence for their material needs, the assassins were shrewd business people who understood that sustainable political influence required sustainable economic foundations. They had discovered that running a successful terrorist organization required many of the same skills as running a successful multinational corporation. The economic legacy of the assassins extends far beyond their immediate historical period. Many of the financial techniques and business models they pioneered would later be adopted and refined by other organizations, both legitimate and illegitimate. Their approach to combining commercial activities with intelligence gathering became a standard template for organizations that needed to operate covertly while maintaining extensive international networks. The assassin economic model also demonstrated the importance of financial independence for organizations that challenged established political authority. By developing their own revenue streams rather than relying on external funding, they were able to maintain their operational independence and pursue their own strategic objectives without being constrained by the agendas of financial backers. Perhaps most importantly, the assassins proved that economic success and political extremism were not mutually exclusive. They showed that organizations committed to radical political change could also be highly effective at generating wealth and managing complex economic relationships. This lesson would be learned and applied by numerous subsequent organizations, from revolutionary movements to modern terrorist groups. The economic empire that the assassins built was ultimately more durable than their military capabilities or political influence. Long after their last fortress had fallen and their final operative had been eliminated, the commercial networks and financial relationships they had established continued to generate wealth and influence for their successors. In the end, their greatest legacy may not have been their legendary assassinations, but their demonstration that money, properly managed, could be the most powerful weapon of all. The transformation of the assassins from a regional Islamic political organization into a global symbol of mysterious terror owes more to European chroniclers than to anything the organization actually did. When Crusader knights returned from the Holy Land with tales of the Old Man of the Mountain and his fanatically devoted followers, they brought with them stories that would be retold, embellished, and fundamentally altered by successive generations of European writers. The assassin legend that emerged from this process bore only a passing resemblance to historical reality, but it would prove far more influential and enduring than the facts it replaced. The European encounter with the assassins began during the First Crusade, when Frankish knights established their precarious footholds along the eastern Mediterranean coast. For these warriors, who had traveled thousands of miles to fight what they considered a holy war against Islam, the assassins represented something uniquely disturbing. Muslims who were even more religiously motivated than the Crusaders themselves, and who possessed capabilities that seemed to transcend normal human limitations. The psychological impact of this encounter cannot be overstated. European knights, were accustomed to thinking of themselves as the ultimate religious warriors, men whose faith gave them supernatural courage and divine protection in battle. The discovery that their Muslim enemies included individuals who seemed even more willing to die for their beliefs challenged fundamental assumptions about Christian superiority and divine favor that were central to Crusader ideology. The earliest European accounts of the assassins reflect this psychological discomfort. Rather than acknowledging that Muslims could possess genuine religious conviction that matched or exceeded their own, Crusader chroniclers sought alternative explanations for assassin behavior that preserved their assumptions about Christian spiritual superiority. The drug theories, paradise gardens, and brainwashing stories that became central to the European assassin legend all served this psychological function, providing ways to explain seemingly supernatural Muslim dedication without admitting that it might be genuine. William of Tyre, one of the most influential Crusader chroniclers, established many of the themes that would dominate European understanding of the assassins for centuries to come. Writing in the late 12th century, William described the assassins as a cursed race, whose members were thirsty for human blood and more eager to kill than to live. His account emphasized the exotic and supernatural aspects of assassin operations while downplaying their political and religious motivations. William's description of assassin training methods included many of the elements that would become standard features of the European legend: the isolated mountain fortress, the mysterious leader who never appeared in public, the young men who were drugged and given visions of paradise, and the absolute obedience that resulted from this conditioning. Whether William actually witnessed any of these practices or was simply repeating stories he had heard from other sources, his account established a template that would be followed by countless subsequent writers. The European fascination with assassin methods reflected deeper anxieties about the nature of religious authority and political obedience that were particularly acute during the medieval period. European society was struggling with questions about the relationship between secular and religious power, the limits of papal authority, and the proper response to religious dissent. The assassin example provided a cautionary tale about what could happen when religious authority was taken to extremes. The story of the assassin paradise garden, which became one of the most persistent and influential elements of the European legend, appears to have originated as an attempt to explain assassin motivation in terms that European audiences could understand. The idea that young men could be motivated to sacrifice their lives by being given a preview of heavenly rewards was familiar to Christian audiences. But the notion that such previews could be artificially created through earthly means was both exotic and disturbing. Marco Polo's account of the assassins, written in the late 13th century, represents the full flowering of the European mythologization process. Polo's description of the Old Man of the Mountains methods was so detailed and dramatic that it reads more like a work of fiction than a historical report. His account included elaborate descriptions of the artificial paradise, complete with beautiful gardens, flowing streams, and young women trained to serve as earthly representations of the houris promised to the faithful in the afterlife. Polo's version of the assassin story was particularly influential because it was widely circulated and translated into multiple European languages. His account reached audiences who had no direct knowledge of the Middle East or Islam, and who were therefore unable to evaluate the accuracy of his claims. For many Europeans, Polo's description became the definitive account of how the assassins operated, establishing details that would be repeated and embellished for centuries to come. The European transformation of the assassin story also reflected the broader process of Orientalization that characterized medieval and early modern European attitudes toward the Islamic world. European writers consistently portrayed Muslim societies as exotic, mysterious, and fundamentally different from Christian civilization. The assassins fit perfectly into this Orientalist framework, representing the ultimate expression of Islamic otherness, and the dangers that supposedly resulted from non-Christian religious beliefs. The sexual dimensions of the European assassin legend deserve particular attention, as they reveal important aspects of Crusader psychology and medieval European attitudes toward sexuality and religious devotion. The stories about the Paradise Garden consistently emphasized the presence of beautiful women who were available to provide pleasure to the young men being conditioned for martyrdom. These accounts combined religious themes with sexual fantasy in ways that were both titillating and morally condemning. This sexualization of the assassin story served multiple psychological functions for European audiences. It provided a way to explain the apparently supernatural dedication of assassin operatives, while simultaneously condemning their methods as morally corrupt. The implication was that Christian knights were motivated by pure spiritual devotion, while Muslim warriors required sexual incentives to achieve similar levels of commitment. The European emphasis on the exotic and supernatural aspects of assassin operations also served to obscure the organization's genuine political and military capabilities. By focusing on stories about drugs, paradise gardens, and mysterious conditioning techniques, European chroniclers avoided having to acknowledge that the assassins were simply better at certain aspects of warfare and intelligence gathering than their Christian opponents. This selective focus had important consequences for European military and political development. Rather than studying and learning from assassin innovations in areas like intelligence gathering, psychological warfare, and unconventional tactics, European military leaders dismissed these capabilities as the products of exotic Eastern mysticism that had no relevance to proper Christian warfare. The European assassin legend also reflected medieval Christian attitudes towards suicide and martyrdom that were significantly different from Islamic perspectives on these issues. Christianity generally condemned suicide as a mortal sin, while Islam developed more nuanced approaches to martyrdom that could justify self-sacrifice under certain circumstances. European chroniclers struggled to understand how rational human beings could willingly embrace death, and they often attributed such behavior to mental illness, drug addiction, or supernatural manipulation. The persistence of the European assassin legend into the modern era reflects the continued appeal of Orientalist stereotypes and the enduring fascination with exotic explanations for political violence, even as scholarly understanding of the historical assassins has become more sophisticated and accurate. Popular culture continues to prefer the dramatic and mysterious version of the story that was created by medieval European chroniclers. The influence of the European assassin legend on modern terrorism studies and counter-terrorism policy has been profound and largely negative. The emphasis on exotic conditioning techniques, religious fanaticism, and irrational motivation has led to misunderstandings about the nature of political violence that continue to shape policy discussions today. The assumption that terrorists must be either mentally ill or subject to supernatural manipulation has made it difficult to develop effective responses to organizations that are actually motivated by rational political objectives. The European creation of the modern assassin myth represents one of the most successful examples of cultural appropriation and transformation in human history. A complex Islamic political organization was stripped of its historical context, religious significance, and political objectives, and transformed into a universal symbol of mysterious terror that could be deployed for various European purposes. The process reveals as much about European psychology and cultural assumptions as it does about the historical assassins themselves. The irony of this transformation is that the European assassin legend has proven far more influential and enduring than the historical organization it supposedly describes. The mythical assassins created by Crusader chroniclers continue to shape popular understanding of political violence, religious extremism, and the relationship between East and West in ways that the actual assassins never could have imagined. In death, they achieved a form of cultural immortality that had eluded them in life, becoming not just a historical curiosity, but a permanent fixture in the European imagination. The challenge for modern historians and policymakers is to separate the useful lessons that can be learned from the historical assassins from the misleading stereotypes and exotic fantasies that have been projected onto them by centuries of European myth-making. Understanding how the assassin legend was created and why it has proven so persistent is essential for developing more accurate and effective approaches to understanding political violence in the contemporary world. Long before the establishment of the CIA, MI6, or the KGB, the assassins had already developed many of the techniques and organizational principles that would later become standard features of modern intelligence agencies. Their approach to gathering information, analyzing intelligence, and conducting covert operations was so sophisticated that it wouldn't have seemed out of place in a 20th century spy novel. In many ways, the assassins were the world's first professional intelligence service, and their innovations in this field may have been even more significant than their legendary skills as assassins. The foundation of the assassin intelligence system was their understanding that information was often more valuable than military force in achieving political objectives. While conventional medieval armies focused on controlling territory through the application of overwhelming violence, the assassins recognized that knowing the right information at the right time could be more effective than commanding thousands of soldiers. This insight led them to develop intelligence gathering capabilities that were unprecedented in scope and sophistication. The assassin approach to human intelligence collection was particularly advanced. Rather than relying on casual informants or opportunistic sources, they developed systematic methods for identifying, recruiting, and managing networks of agents throughout the known world. These networks operated according to principles that would later be codified by modern intelligence agencies: compartmentalization, need to know restrictions, and multiple layers of cutouts that protected the identity of sources and the integrity of operations. The recruitment of intelligence assets was treated as a specialized skill that required extensive training and psychological sophistication. Assassin intelligence officers learned to identify individuals who had access to valuable information, assess their vulnerabilities and motivations, and develop approaches that would convince them to cooperate. The process often took months or years, involving the gradual cultivation of relationships that appeared to be based on friendship, business partnerships, or shared religious interests. The assassins were particularly skilled at exploiting the social and economic networks that connected medieval Islamic society. They understood that information flowed through predictable channels: merchant networks, religious institutions, family relationships, and professional associations. By positioning their agents within these networks, they could gain access to intelligence that would have been impossible to obtain through conventional military reconnaissance. The organization's approach to intelligence analysis was equally sophisticated. Rather than simply collecting random information and hoping it would prove useful, the assassins developed systematic methods for processing and evaluating the intelligence they gathered. They maintained what amounted to early databases of information about political figures, military organizations, and regional developments, allowing them to identify patterns and trends that might not be obvious to individual agents or local commanders. The assassin intelligence system was designed to support both tactical operations and strategic planning. At the tactical level, intelligence gathering focused on the specific information needed to plan and execute individual assassinations. Target locations, security arrangements, daily routines, and personal vulnerabilities. At the strategic level, intelligence collection aimed to understand broader political and military developments that could affect the organization's long-term interests and objectives. The integration of intelligence gathering with operational planning was one of the assassins' most significant innovations. Unlike many organizations that treated intelligence as a separate function from operations, the assassins understood that effective covert action required the seamless integration of information collection and operational execution. Intelligence officers weren't just passive collectors of information, they were active participants in planning and conducting operations. The assassins also pioneered many of the techniques that would later become standard features of counterintelligence operations. They understood that their enemies would attempt to infiltrate their organization and gather intelligence about their methods and plans. To counter these threats, they developed sophisticated security procedures that included background investigations of potential recruits, regular security reviews of existing members, and elaborate deception operations designed to mislead enemy intelligence services. The organization's approach to communications security was particularly advanced for its time. They developed codes and ciphers that could protect sensitive information from interception and analysis by enemy forces. These cryptographic systems were often embedded in apparently innocent documents or conversations, making it difficult for outsiders to even recognize that secret communications were taking place. The assassins also understood the importance of what modern intelligence agencies call tradecraft, the specific techniques and procedures that allow operatives to conduct their activities without detection. They developed methods for conducting clandestine meetings, passing information and materials, and maintaining cover identities that were remarkably sophisticated for the medieval period. These techniques were systematically taught to new recruits and continuously refined based on operational experience. The psychological dimensions of assassin intelligence operations were equally advanced. They understood that successful intelligence gathering often required the manipulation of human emotions and motivations in ways that went far beyond simple bribery or coercion. Assassin intelligence officers were trained to understand and exploit the psychological vulnerabilities of their targets, using techniques that combined elements of what we might today recognize as social engineering and psychological manipulation. The organization's approach to intelligence dissemination was also sophisticated. They understood that raw intelligence was often less valuable than analyzed intelligence that had been processed and interpreted by experts who understood its broader context and implications. The assassins developed systems for ensuring that intelligence reached the right people at the right time, with appropriate analysis and recommendations for action. The geographic scope of the assassin intelligence network was truly remarkable for its time. They maintained active intelligence gathering operations from Spain to Central Asia, with significant capabilities in Syria, Persia, Egypt, and the Crusader states. This international reach gave them access to information about political and military developments throughout the known world, allowing them to anticipate and respond to threats and opportunities that might not be visible to more localized organizations. The assassin intelligence system was also notable for its longevity and institutional memory. Unlike many medieval organizations that lost their capabilities when key individuals died or were eliminated, the assassins developed systems for preserving and transmitting intelligence knowledge across generations. New intelligence officers were trained by experienced veterans who passed on not just specific techniques, but also the accumulated wisdom and lessons learned from decades of operations. The economic intelligence capabilities of the assassins were particularly sophisticated and reflected their understanding that political and military developments were often driven by economic factors. They maintained detailed knowledge of trade routes, commercial relationships, and financial arrangements throughout their operational area. This economic intelligence allowed them to predict political developments, identify opportunities for profitable intervention, and understand the financial vulnerabilities of their enemies. The assassins also pioneered what we might today recognize as open-source intelligence collection. They understood that much valuable information was available through careful analysis of publicly available sources, market reports, religious sermons, diplomatic correspondence, and casual conversations. By systematically collecting and analyzing this open-source information, They could often piece together intelligence pictures that were as accurate as those obtained through more risky covert methods. The technological aspects of assassin intelligence operations were equally impressive. They developed specialized equipment for surveillance, communication, and document reproduction that was remarkably advanced for the medieval period. Some of their technical innovations, particularly in the areas of cryptography and surveillance, wouldn't be matched by other organizations for centuries. The assassin approach to intelligence, cooperation, and liaison relationships was also sophisticated. They understood that their intelligence capabilities could be enhanced through selective cooperation with other organizations that had complementary strengths and interests. These relationships were carefully managed to ensure that the assassins gained more than they gave, while avoiding dependencies that could compromise their operational independence. The counterintelligence challenges faced by the assassins were enormous, given the number of enemies who were actively trying to penetrate and destroy their organization. They developed sophisticated methods for detecting and neutralizing enemy intelligence operations, including the use of double agents, deception operations, and elaborate security procedures that made infiltration extremely difficult. The legacy of assassin intelligence innovations extends far beyond the medieval period. Many of the techniques and organizational principles they developed were later adopted and refined by modern intelligence agencies. The cellular structure, compartmentalized operations, and emphasis on human intelligence that characterized assassin operations became standard features of 20th century espionage organizations. Perhaps most importantly, the assassins demonstrated that intelligence could be a force multiplier that allowed small organizations to compete effectively with much larger and more powerful enemies. Their success in gathering and exploiting intelligence showed that information, properly collected and analyzed, could be more valuable than conventional military assets in achieving political objectives. The intelligence revolution that the assassins pioneered represented a fundamental shift in how political organizations thought about power and influence. They proved that knowledge could be more powerful than force, that understanding could be more valuable than resources, and that the right information at the right time could change the course of history. These lessons would be learned and relearned by countless subsequent organizations. But the assassins were the first to demonstrate their validity on a global scale. The physical infrastructure that supported the assassin organization was as remarkable as their psychological conditioning and intelligence operations. The network of fortresses, safe houses, and hidden facilities that the assassins constructed throughout the Middle East represented some of the most sophisticated military engineering of the medieval period. These weren't simply crude mountain hideouts or hastily fortified positions. They were carefully planned and expertly constructed facilities that incorporated innovations in architecture, engineering, and logistics that wouldn't be seen elsewhere for centuries. Alamat itself was the crown jewel of this architectural achievement, a fortress so perfectly integrated with its natural environment that it seemed to grow from the living rock of the mountain itself. The original structure that Hassan I Seba acquired in 1090 was impressive enough, but under assassin control, it was transformed into something that defied conventional understanding of what was possible in medieval fortress construction. The engineering challenges involved in expanding and improving Alamat were staggering. The fortress sat on a rocky outcrop nearly 6,000 feet above sea level, accessible only by narrow paths that wound through terrain so treacherous that a handful of defenders could hold off an army. Every stone, every piece of timber, every tool and supply needed for construction had to be carried up these paths by hand or on the backs of pack animals. The logistics alone would have defeated most medieval construction projects. Yet the assassins not only overcame these challenges, but used them to their advantage. The isolation that made construction difficult also made the fortress nearly impregnable. The elevation that complicated supply lines also provided commanding views of the surrounding valleys. allowing defenders to spot approaching enemies from miles away. The rocky terrain that made building foundations challenging also provided natural defensive barriers that were stronger than any human-made fortification. The water supply system at Alamat was perhaps the most impressive aspect of its engineering. The fortress was equipped with an elaborate network of cisterns, channels, and storage facilities that could collect and preserve rainwater and snowmelt with remarkable efficiency. This system was so well designed that the fortress could withstand sieges lasting months or even years without running short of water, a capability that was crucial to its defensive value. The assassins also developed innovative approaches to food storage and preservation that allowed them to maintain substantial reserves of provisions within their fortresses. They constructed underground storage chambers that maintained constant temperatures and humidity levels, preventing spoilage and extending the shelf life of stored foods. These facilities were so effective that archaeological excavations have found preserved food remains that are still identifiable after more than 7 centuries. The defensive architecture of assassin fortresses incorporated lessons learned from centuries of siege warfare, but also included innovations that were uniquely their own. The walls were designed not just to resist direct assault, but to channel attacking forces into predetermined killing zones where defenders could maximize their advantages. The placement of towers, gates, and defensive positions reflected a sophisticated understanding of fields of fire, mutual support, and the psychology of attacking forces. The assassins also pioneered the use of what we might today recognize as passive defensive systems. They constructed elaborate networks of hidden passages, secret chambers, and concealed escape routes that allowed defenders to move throughout their fortresses without being detected by besieging forces. These systems were so well integrated with the overall architecture that many of them remained undiscovered until modern archaeological investigations. The construction techniques employed by the assassins were remarkably advanced for their time. They developed methods for working with the local stone that produced walls of exceptional strength and durability. The mortar they used was so effective that many assassin fortifications have survived. Centuries of weathering and seismic activity with minimal damage. Some of their construction techniques weren't matched by other builders until the development of modern engineering methods. The assassins also understood the importance of redundancy in their defensive systems. Rather than relying on single points of failure, they designed their fortresses with multiple backup systems for critical functions like water supply, food storage, and communication. If one system was damaged or compromised, others could take over its functions, ensuring that the fortress could continue operating even under extreme conditions. The workshop and manufacturing facilities within assassin fortresses were equally impressive. They constructed elaborate metalworking shops, textile production facilities, and specialized workshops for producing the weapons, tools, and equipment needed for their operations. These facilities were so well equipped that they could produce goods of a quality that rivaled the best urban workshops of their time. The library and educational facilities at Alamot and other major assassin strongholds represented another dimension of their architectural achievement. They constructed specialized buildings designed to house and preserve manuscripts, with sophisticated climate control systems that protected valuable texts from damage. The educational facilities included lecture halls, study rooms, and specialized spaces for different types of instruction, reflecting the organization's commitment to learning and intellectual development. The communication systems that connected assassin fortresses were also remarkable for their sophistication. They developed networks of signal fires, mirror systems, and messenger routes that allowed rapid communication across vast distances. These systems were so effective that news could travel from one end of the assassin network to the other, faster than through any conventional medieval communication method. The assassins also pioneered the use of what we might today recognize as modular construction techniques. Many of their facilities were designed so that they could be expanded or modified as needs changed, without requiring complete reconstruction. This flexibility allowed them to adapt their infrastructure to changing circumstances and requirements over the decades and centuries of their existence. The camouflage and concealment techniques employed by the assassins were equally sophisticated. Many of their facilities were designed to blend so completely with their natural surroundings that they were virtually invisible to casual observation. They used natural rock formations, vegetation, and terrain features to hide the true extent and nature of their constructions, making it difficult for enemies to assess their capabilities or plan effective attacks. The assassin approach to fortress design also reflected their understanding of psychological warfare. The appearance of their strongholds was carefully calculated to inspire both awe and fear in observers. The seemingly impossible locations, the apparent invulnerability of the defenses, and the mysterious nature of the activities conducted within all contributed to the organization's reputation for supernatural capabilities. The heating and ventilation systems in assassin fortresses were remarkably advanced for the medieval period. They developed methods for maintaining comfortable temperatures throughout their facilities, even during harsh mountain winters, using systems that efficiently distributed heat while minimizing fuel consumption. The ventilation systems ensured adequate air circulation while maintaining security, preventing the buildup of smoke or odors that might reveal the fortress's activities to outside observers. The assassins also developed sophisticated waste management systems that maintained sanitary conditions within their fortresses while preventing the accumulation of waste that might compromise their security. These systems were so effective that they could support substantial populations for extended periods without creating health hazards or revealing the fortress's occupation to besieging forces. The agricultural systems associated with assassin fortresses were equally impressive. They developed terraced farming techniques that maximized food production in mountainous terrain, creating sustainable agricultural systems that could support their communities even during times of siege or isolation. These agricultural innovations were so effective that they continued to be used by local populations long after the assassin organization had been destroyed. The assassins also pioneered the use of what we might today recognize as integrated facility design. Rather than constructing separate buildings for different functions, they created facilities where military, residential, educational, and manufacturing activities were seamlessly integrated. This approach maximized efficiency while minimizing the fortress's visible footprint, making it more difficult for enemies to assess their capabilities. The maintenance and repair systems developed by the assassins were equally sophisticated. They understood that their remote locations made it impossible to rely on outside contractors or suppliers for maintenance work, so they developed comprehensive in-house capabilities for maintaining and repairing their facilities. These systems were so effective that many assassin fortresses remained in excellent condition for centuries after their construction. The legacy of assassin architectural and engineering innovations extends far beyond the medieval period. Many of their techniques and design principles were later adopted by other military organizations and have influenced fortress design up to the present day. The integration of natural and artificial defenses, the emphasis on redundancy and flexibility, and the sophisticated approach to logistics and supply management all became standard features of military engineering. Perhaps most importantly, the assassin fortresses demonstrated that small organizations could achieve remarkable things through careful planning, innovative engineering, and the intelligent use of available resources. They proved that it was possible to create facilities that were both highly functional and virtually impregnable. Even in the most challenging environments and with limited resources, the ruins of assassin fortresses that survive today continue to impress visitors with their sophistication and ingenuity. Even in their damaged and partially destroyed state, they provide evidence of an engineering capability that was centuries ahead of its time. They stand as monuments not just to the assassin organization, but to human ingenuity and the power of careful planning and expert execution. The fortress cities that the assassins created were more than just military installations. They were complete communities that demonstrated alternative approaches to urban planning, resource management, and social organization. They showed that it was possible to create sustainable, defensible communities in even the most challenging environments. Lessons that remain relevant for modern urban planners and military engineers. While the world remembers the assassins primarily for their spectacular killings, their most sophisticated and perhaps most effective operations were conducted not with daggers in dark alleys, but with words in royal courts. The organization developed a diplomatic capability that was as advanced as their intelligence network and as deadly as their assassination techniques. Through careful manipulation of existing political tensions and the strategic application of both threats and incentives, the assassins managed to influence the behavior of rulers throughout the medieval world without firing a single arrow or drawing a single blade. The foundation of assassin diplomacy was their understanding that the medieval political landscape was a complex web of competing interests, personal rivalries, and shifting alliances that could be manipulated by anyone who possessed sufficient knowledge and skill. Rather than trying to impose their will through brute force, the assassins learned to work within existing political systems, using their unique capabilities to tip the balance of power in directions that served their interests. The assassins' approach to diplomacy was fundamentally different from that of conventional medieval powers. Traditional diplomatic relationships were based on territorial control, military strength, and dynastic legitimacy. The assassins possessed none of these conventional sources of diplomatic authority, but they had something that was often more valuable: the ability to eliminate any ruler who opposed them, and the reputation for being willing to use that ability without hesitation. This unique position allowed the assassins to function as what we might today recognize as an independent diplomatic actor, capable of negotiating with major powers as equals despite their relatively small size and limited territorial holdings. Kings and sultans who commanded vast armies and controlled extensive territories found themselves treating the old man of the mountain as a peer, not because they respected his military capabilities, but because they feared his organization's ability to reach them personally, regardless of their conventional defenses. The assassin approach to diplomatic negotiations was characterized by a combination of subtle psychological pressure and explicit threats that was remarkably effective in achieving their objectives. They understood that most rulers were more concerned with their personal survival than with abstract principles of statecraft, and they structured their diplomatic proposals to appeal to these fundamental concerns while making the consequences of refusal unmistakably clear. One of the most sophisticated examples of assassin diplomacy was their relationship with the Crusader states during the 12th and 13th centuries. Rather than simply opposing the Frankish invaders as foreign enemies, the assassins developed a complex set of relationships with different Crusader leaders that allowed them to play various factions against each other while advancing their own interests. The assassins understood that the Crusader states were not a monolithic entity, but a collection of competing principalities whose leaders often had conflicting interests and personal rivalries. By carefully analyzing these internal divisions and offering selective support to different factions, the assassins could influence the direction of Crusader policy without having to defeat the Frankish armies in open battle. The organization's diplomatic relationship with the Knights Templar was particularly complex and revealing. The Templars were one of the most powerful military orders in the Crusader states, with extensive financial resources and a reputation for military effectiveness that rivaled that of the assassins themselves. Rather than treating the Templars as implacable enemies, the assassins developed a relationship that combined elements of rivalry, cooperation, and mutual respect. This relationship was formalized through a series of treaties and agreements that established rules of engagement between the two organizations. These agreements included provisions for prisoner exchanges, territorial boundaries, and even joint operations against common enemies. The existence of such formal diplomatic arrangements between a Christian military order and an Islamic religious sect demonstrates the pragmatic flexibility that characterized assassin diplomacy. The assassins also developed sophisticated relationships with the various Muslim rulers who controlled territories adjacent to their own stronghold. Rather than simply opposing all Sunni authorities as illegitimate usurpers, they learned to distinguish between rulers who posed genuine threats to their interests and those who could be useful allies or neutral parties in their broader strategic objectives. The organization's diplomatic relationship with Saladin provides an excellent example of how they could transform potential enemies into reluctant partners through the careful application of pressure and incentives. After several failed assassination attempts convinced Saladin that the assassins posed a genuine threat to his personal safety, he entered into negotiations that resulted in a formal treaty recognizing assassin autonomy in exchange for an end to attempts on his life. This treaty was remarkable not just for its practical provisions, but for what it represented in terms of diplomatic precedent. Saladin, who was arguably the most powerful Muslim ruler of his time, had been forced to negotiate with a small religious sect as if they were a legitimate sovereign power. The agreement established the principle that the assassins' unique capabilities gave them a form of diplomatic standing that transcended conventional measures of political authority. The assassins' diplomatic communications were as sophisticated as their operational planning. They developed a distinctive style of diplomatic correspondence that combined religious rhetoric, veiled threats, and practical proposals in ways that were both persuasive and intimidating. These communications were carefully crafted to appeal to the specific concerns and motivations of their recipients, while making the consequences of non-compliance unmistakably clear. The organization also understood the importance of diplomatic intelligence gathering. Their diplomatic missions served dual purposes: conducting formal negotiations while also gathering information about the political situations, personal relationships, and security arrangements of the courts they visited. This intelligence was invaluable for both future diplomatic initiatives and potential operational planning. The assassins pioneered what we might today recognize as multi-track diplomacy, conducting simultaneous negotiations with multiple parties while carefully managing the flow of information between different diplomatic channels. This approach allowed them to maximize their leverage by playing different parties against each other while maintaining plausible deniability about their various commitments and agreements. The psychological dimensions of assassin diplomacy were particularly sophisticated. They understood that successful negotiations often depended more on the emotional and psychological state of the participants than on the objective merits of different proposals. Assassin diplomats were trained to read and manipulate the psychological dynamics of diplomatic encounters in ways that gave them significant advantages over their counterparts. The organization's approach to diplomatic protocol was equally calculated. They developed distinctive ceremonial practices and symbolic gestures that reinforced their reputation for mysterious power, while demonstrating appropriate respect for the dignity of their diplomatic partners. These protocols served to legitimize their diplomatic standing while maintaining the aura of supernatural capability that was central to their effectiveness. The assassins also understood the importance of diplomatic timing. They learned to coordinate their diplomatic initiatives with broader political and military developments in ways that maximized their impact and effectiveness. A diplomatic proposal that might be rejected under normal circumstances could become irresistibly attractive when delivered at a moment of political crisis or military vulnerability. The economic dimensions of assassin diplomacy were equally sophisticated. They understood that most political relationships ultimately depended on economic interests, and they structured their diplomatic proposals to include economic incentives and penalties that reinforced their political objectives. Their control over strategic trade routes and their financial capabilities gave them economic leverage that complemented their military and intelligence assets. The assassins also developed innovative approaches to diplomatic verification and enforcement. Traditional medieval treaties often failed because there were no effective mechanisms for ensuring compliance with their provisions. The assassins solved this problem by making themselves the enforcement mechanism, using their reputation for ruthless efficiency to ensure that diplomatic agreements were honored by all parties. The organization's diplomatic legacy extends far beyond the medieval period. Many of the techniques and principles they developed for conducting negotiations under conditions of asymmetric power relationships have been adopted and refined by subsequent diplomatic practitioners. Their approach to combining threats and incentives, managing multiple diplomatic channels, and using reputation as a diplomatic asset became standard features of international relations. Perhaps most importantly, the assassins demonstrated that small organizations could achieve diplomatic influence that was disproportionate to their conventional power resources. They proved that unique capabilities, carefully applied, could provide diplomatic leverage that was more effective than traditional measures of political authority. This lesson has been learned and applied by numerous subsequent organizations, from revolutionary movements to modern terrorist groups. The diplomatic game that the assassins played was ultimately more complex and sophisticated than their legendary assassination operations. While their killings captured the imagination of chroniclers and storytellers, their diplomatic achievements had more lasting impact on the political development of the medieval Middle East. They showed that in the right hands, negotiation could be more powerful than violence, and that the threat of force could be more effective than force itself. The assassins had discovered something that modern diplomats continued to grapple with, that in a world of competing interests and limited resources, the ability to influence behavior through carefully calibrated combinations of pressure and persuasion could be more valuable than any conventional military or economic asset. They had turned diplomacy itself into a weapon, and they wielded it with the same precision and effectiveness that characterized all their operations. The destruction of the assassin organization by the Mongols in 1256 was not simply the result of superior military force or strategic miscalculation. It was the inevitable conclusion of contradictions and vulnerabilities that had been built into the organization's structure from its very beginning. Despite their legendary reputation for invincibility and their remarkable success in surviving for over a century and a half, the assassins carried within themselves the seeds of their own destruction, flaws that would ultimately prove fatal when they encountered an enemy capable of exploiting them. The fundamental contradiction at the heart of the assassin organization was the tension between their religious ideology and their practical political objectives. As Ismaili Muslims, the assassins were committed to the establishment of a just Islamic society under the guidance of the hidden Imam. This religious mission required them to oppose not just specific corrupt rulers, but the entire existing structure of Islamic political authority. Yet their survival as an organization depended on their ability to operate within that same corrupt system, making alliances with the very rulers they theoretically sought to overthrow. This ideological contradiction created a strategic paralysis that became more pronounced over time. The assassins could never fully commit to either revolutionary transformation or pragmatic accommodation. They were too radical to be accepted as legitimate participants in the existing political order, but too dependent on that order's continued existence to seriously attempt its overthrow. This middle position left them vulnerable to enemies who possessed clearer strategic objectives and were willing to pursue them with greater consistency. The assassins' reliance on fear and reputation as their primary weapons also contained the seeds of their eventual downfall. While their legendary reputation for supernatural effectiveness served them well in the short term, it created expectations that became increasingly difficult to maintain. Each successful operation raised the bar for future achievements, while each failure or setback damaged their carefully cultivated aura of invincibility. Over time, the gap between their reputation and their actual capabilities became a source of vulnerability that their enemies could exploit. The organization's dependence on individual charismatic leadership was another fundamental weakness that became more apparent as time passed. Hassan I-Sabah had been a genuinely exceptional individual whose combination of religious authority, strategic vision, and organizational skill had created the assassin movement. His successors, while capable, lacked his unique combination of talents and found themselves trying to maintain an organization that had been designed around the capabilities of its founder, rather than institutional structures that could survive leadership transitions. The assassin's geographic position, while providing important defensive advantages, also created strategic vulnerabilities that became more significant as the political landscape of the Middle East evolved. Their mountain strongholds were defensible against conventional medieval armies, but they were also isolated and difficult to supply. As military technology advanced and siege techniques became more sophisticated, the defensive advantages of their positions began to erode while their logistical vulnerabilities became more pronounced. The organization's cellular structure, which had been one of their greatest strengths during their expansion phase, became a source of weakness as they faced systematic destruction. While the cellular approach provided excellent security against infiltration and allowed the organization to survive the loss of individual components, it also made coordinated resistance against a determined enemy extremely difficult. When the Mongols began their systematic campaign of destruction, the assassins found it nearly impossible to mount an effective collective response. The assassins' success in creating a reputation for supernatural effectiveness also worked against them in their final confrontation with the Mongols. Their enemies had become so convinced of their mysterious powers that they often overestimated assassin capabilities and took excessive precautions against threats that didn't actually exist. The Mongols, however, approached the assassin problem with characteristic pragmatism, focusing on the organization's actual capabilities rather than their legendary reputation. The economic model that had sustained the assassin organization for over a century also contained inherent limitations that became more apparent over time. Their commercial activities and financial networks, while sophisticated and profitable, were ultimately dependent on the continued stability of the trade routes and political relationships that connected their various operations. As the Mongol conquest disrupted these networks and eliminated their trading partners, the assassins found their economic foundation crumbling beneath them. The assassins' approach to recruitment and training, while effective in creating dedicated operatives, also created long-term sustainability problems. The intensive conditioning and ideological indoctrination required to produce effective assassin agents was time-consuming and expensive, limiting the organization's ability to rapidly expand their operational capabilities. More importantly, the psychological transformation required to create willing martyrs often made it difficult for operatives to function effectively in normal social situations, limiting their usefulness for long-term infiltration operations. The organization's religious exclusivity, while providing strong internal cohesion, also limited their ability to build broad-based political coalitions that might have provided protection against existential threats. The assassin's commitment to Ismaili doctrine made it difficult for them to form lasting alliances with Sunni Muslim rulers or Christian Crusader leaders, leaving them isolated when they faced the Mongol onslaught. The assassin's tactical focus on assassination and psychological warfare, while innovative and effective in many situations, also created strategic blind spots that became more significant over time. Their expertise in eliminating individual targets was less useful when facing enemies who operated according to institutional rather than personal authority structures. The Mongol military machine was designed to function effectively even when individual commanders were eliminated, making traditional assassin tactics less effective than they had been against more personalized forms of medieval authority. The technological and military developments of the 13th century also worked against the assassins in ways that they were slow to recognize and adapt to. The siege techniques and military engineering capabilities that the Mongols brought to bear against assassin strongholds represented advances that made traditional fortress defenses obsolete. The assassins' investment in fixed fortifications became a liability when faced with enemies who possessed the technological capability to reduce any defensive position given sufficient time and resources. The assassins' intelligence capabilities, while sophisticated, were ultimately limited by the scope of their operational environment. Their networks were concentrated in the Middle East and adjacent regions, leaving them with limited understanding of developments in distant areas like Mongolia and Central Asia. This intelligence gap meant that they were unprepared for the scale and nature of the Mongol threat when it finally materialized. The organization's approach to succession and leadership development also created vulnerabilities that became more apparent over time. The assassin system was designed around the assumption that each Grand Master would serve for decades, allowing for gradual transitions and careful preparation of successors. The accelerated pace of political and military developments in the 13th century made this leisurely approach to leadership development increasingly problematic. Perhaps most fundamentally, the assassins were victims of their own success. Their effectiveness in eliminating individual enemies and their reputation for supernatural capabilities made them a priority target for any ruler who sought to establish stable, centralized authority. The very qualities that had made them successful in the fragmented political environment of the 11th and 12th centuries made them incompatible with the more unified and systematic approaches to governance that emerged in the 13th century. The Mongol conquest represented more than just military defeat. It represented the collision between two fundamentally different approaches to political organization and control. The assassins represented the medieval world of personal authority, religious legitimacy, and localized power structures. The Mongols represented a more modern approach based on institutional authority, systematic administration, and centralized control. In this collision, the older model was inevitably destroyed. The irony of the assassin destruction is that they were eliminated not by the corrupt rulers they had spent centuries opposing, but by conquerors who shared many of their own characteristics. The Mongols were also outsiders to the established political order. They were also willing to use extreme violence to achieve their objectives, and they also possessed an absolute conviction in the righteousness of their cause. The difference was that the Mongols had developed these characteristics on a scale and with a systematic approach that the assassins could not match. The final reckoning for the assassins was not just a military defeat, but a demonstration of the limitations of their entire approach to political action. They had proven that small, highly motivated organizations could influence events far beyond their apparent capabilities, but they had also demonstrated that such influence was ultimately dependent on the continued existence of political conditions that could be changed by sufficiently determined enemies. The assassins had achieved something remarkable in their century and a half of existence, but they had also revealed the ultimate futility of trying to maintain alternative forms of political authority in a world that was moving toward greater centralization and systematic control. Their destruction marked not just the end of their organization, but the end of an era in which such organizations could hope to survive and prosper. In the end, the assassins were doomed not by any single flaw or mistake, but by the fundamental incompatibility between their approach to political action and the direction of historical development in the medieval world. They had been born from the chaos and fragmentation of the 11th century, and they could not survive the order and unity that emerged in the 13th. Their fate was sealed not by the Mongol siege engines that reduced their fortresses to rubble, but by the historical forces that made their entire way of life obsolete. The last stones of Alamat fell silent in 1256, but the echoes of what the assassins had created would reverberate through history with a persistence that would have amazed even Hassan I-Suba himself. In death, the organization achieved something that had eluded them in life: true immortality. Not the physical immortality promised by their religious beliefs, but something far more powerful and enduring: the immortality of ideas that refuse to die and continue to shape human consciousness centuries after their creators have turned to dust. The modern world is haunted by the ghost of the assassins in ways both obvious and subtle. Every time a small group of dedicated individuals attempts to change the course of history through carefully planned acts of violence, they are following a template that was first perfected in the mountains of medieval Persia. Every intelligence agency that trains operatives to blend into foreign societies and eliminate specific targets is using techniques that were pioneered by Hassan's followers. Every terrorist organization that seeks to influence political behavior through the systematic application of fear is walking in footsteps that were first laid down in the corridors of Alamat. But the assassin legacy extends far beyond the obvious connections to modern terrorism and espionage. The organization's innovations in areas like psychological conditioning, network organization, and asymmetric warfare have influenced the development of everything from corporate management techniques to revolutionary political movements. The principles they discovered about how small groups can leverage unique capabilities to achieve disproportionate influence have been studied and applied by organizations ranging from Silicon Valley startups to international criminal syndicates. The concept of the sleeper agent, so central to Cold War espionage and modern counterterrorism concerns, is a direct descendant of assassin infiltration techniques. The idea that enemy operatives might spend years or even decades establishing false identities and building trust before striking at predetermined targets was first systematically implemented by Hassan's organization. Modern intelligence agencies have refined and technologically enhanced these methods, but the basic psychological and operational principles remain unchanged. The assassin approach to organizational structure has been equally influential in shaping modern understanding of how clandestine organizations can maintain security while operating across vast geographic areas. The cellular structure, compartmentalized information, and need-to-know restrictions that characterized assassin operations became standard features of 20th century revolutionary movements and continue to influence the organizational design of contemporary terrorist groups. The psychological conditioning techniques that the assassins developed to create operatives willing to sacrifice their lives for their cause have been studied and adapted by numerous subsequent organizations. While the specific methods may have changed, the basic understanding that human behavior can be systematically modified through careful manipulation of environment, belief systems, and social relationships remains central to everything from military training programs to cult recruitment practices. The assassin legacy is particularly visible in the development of modern terrorism as a political strategy. The organizations, understanding that carefully planned acts of violence could influence political behavior far beyond their immediate physical impact, established the theoretical foundation for what we now recognize as terrorism. The principle that the psychological effects of violence could be more important than its material consequences became a central tenet of terrorist ideology. But the assassin influence on modern terrorism goes beyond simple tactical considerations. The organization's combination of religious extremism, political objectives, and sophisticated operational capabilities established a template that has been followed by groups ranging from 19th century anarchists to 21st century jihadists. The idea that small groups of true believers could challenge the authority of established governments through the systematic application of violence became a recurring theme in modern political development. The assassin approach to propaganda and reputation management has also had lasting influence on how modern organizations think about public relations and psychological warfare. The organization's understanding that perception could be more important than reality in determining political outcomes anticipated. Many of the insights that would later be developed by modern advertising and propaganda specialists. The economic innovations that sustained the assassin organization for over a century have also left their mark on modern organizational development. The combination of legitimate business activities with covert operations, the use of commercial networks for intelligence gathering, and the development of international financial systems to support clandestine activities all became standard features of modern intelligence and criminal organizations. The assassin legacy is particularly evident in the development of modern special operations forces. The emphasis on individual excellence, sophisticated training, and the ability to operate independently in hostile environments that characterizes modern special forces units reflects many of the same principles that guided assassin training programs. While the specific techniques and technologies have evolved, the basic understanding of what it takes to create elite operatives remains remarkably consistent with assassin practices. The influence of the assassin model on modern corporate culture is less obvious but equally significant. The organization's emphasis on loyalty, secrecy, and absolute commitment to organizational objectives has been studied and adapted by business leaders seeking to create high-performance teams. The assassin understanding of how to motivate individuals to sacrifice personal interests for organizational goals has influenced everything from corporate training programs to management consulting practices. The assassin legacy is also visible in modern approaches to counterterrorism and intelligence gathering. The techniques that governments use to identify, infiltrate, and neutralize terrorist organizations are often direct responses to methods that were first developed by Hassan's followers. The emphasis on human intelligence, the use of double agents, and the importance of understanding the psychological motivations of extremist groups all reflect lessons that were first learned in the struggle against the medieval assassins. The technological dimensions of the assassin legacy are equally significant. While the specific tools and techniques have evolved dramatically, the basic principles of covert communication, surveillance, and operational security that the assassins pioneered remain central to modern intelligence operations. The organization's innovations in areas like cryptography, disguise, and infiltration established foundations that continue to influence technological development in these fields. The assassin influence on popular culture has been equally profound and enduring. The organization has become a standard reference point for discussions about secret societies, conspiracy theories, and the hidden forces that supposedly shape political events. From medieval romances to modern video games, the assassin story has been retold and reimagined countless times, each retelling adding new layers to the mythology while preserving the core themes of secrecy, dedication, and the power of small groups to influence large events. The academic study of the assassins has also contributed to broader understanding of how religious extremism, political violence, and organizational innovation interact in complex social systems. Scholars studying everything from medieval Islamic history to modern terrorism have found in the assassin example insights that illuminate broader patterns of human behavior and social development. Perhaps most significantly, the assassin legacy continues to influence how people think about the relationship between individual action and historical change. The organization's demonstration that small groups of dedicated individuals could influence the fate of empires challenge traditional assumptions about how history is made and who has the power to shape events. This insight has inspired countless subsequent movements and continues to influence political thinking today. The moral and ethical questions raised by the assassin example also continue to resonate in contemporary discussions about political violence, religious extremism, and the limits of acceptable political action. The organization's combination of sophisticated intellectual traditions with systematic violence raises fundamental questions about the relationship between ends and means that remain as relevant today as they were in the medieval period. The assassin story also serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of absolute conviction and the potential for religious or ideological extremism to justify almost any action. The organization's willingness to sacrifice individual lives for abstract principles provides a historical example of how noble ideals can be corrupted by the pursuit of power and the logic of violence. As we face contemporary challenges from terrorist organizations, extremist movements, and other non-state actors who employ violence for political purposes, the assassin example provides both insights and warnings. Their innovations in organization, training, and operations offer lessons about how such groups can achieve influence far beyond their apparent capabilities. Their ultimate destruction demonstrates that even the most sophisticated and adaptable organizations remain vulnerable to enemies who possess sufficient resources and determination. The echoes of Alamet continue to reverberate through the modern world, reminding us that the human capacity for both innovation and destruction remains as relevant today as it was 8 centuries ago. The assassins achieved a form of immortality that their religious beliefs had promised but their earthly existence had denied. They became not just a historical curiosity, but a permanent part of human consciousness, a reminder that in the right hands, ideas can be more powerful than armies, and that the influence of a small group of dedicated individuals can extend far beyond their own time and place. In the end, the greatest achievement of the assassins may not have been their legendary assassinations or their sophisticated intelligence operations, but their demonstration that human beings, properly organized and motivated, could transcend the apparent limitations of their circumstances and leave marks on history that would endure long after their physical destruction. They proved that immortality was possible, not through the preservation of the body or the soul, but through the creation of ideas and methods that would continue to influence human behavior for centuries to come. The last Grand Master of the Assassins died in Mongol captivity in 1257, but the organization he represented had already achieved something far more significant than mere survival. They had become eternal, not as individuals or even as an organization, but as a set of ideas and techniques that would continue to shape human history long after the last stones of their mountain fortresses had crumbled into dust. In death, they had achieved the ultimate victory. They had become immortal. And there you have it, the complete and utterly disturbing tale of how a small religious sect in medieval Persia managed to terrorize the known world for over a century, only to vanish so completely that we're still arguing about what they actually did versus what they wanted us to think they did. The assassins proved that with enough conviction, careful planning, and a healthy disregard for personal safety, a handful of true believers could make kings and sultans wake up in cold sweats for generations. They also proved that sometimes the most effective way to achieve immortality isn't through conquest or empire building, but through creating a legend so compelling that people will still be making documentaries about you 800 years later. Not bad for a group that probably never had more than a few hundred active members at any given time. The next time someone tells you that individuals can't change the course of history, remind them about the old man of the mountain and his followers, who managed to influence the fate of empires with nothing more than daggers, determination, and an absolutely terrifying willingness to die for their cause. They may be gone, but their shadow still falls across the modern world. A reminder that sometimes the most dangerous enemies are the ones who have already made peace with their own mortality. Sweet dreams.